Please rise for the salute to the flag.
Yes, please join with me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Let's get right into business. House Bill 301, that's for a different bill. Anyone else, any other pink cards?
One coming up.
There's one coming up. Okay. Chair recognizes Senator Avard. How you doing?
everybody.
And the floor is yours.
For the record, I'm Senator Kevin Avard. I represent District 12, and I am the prime sponsor of this bill. And this bill basically is the genesis of this bill. Basically, came out of a previous study that we had in last summer, and it had to do with the landfills. And what we discovered with the information with the landfills is that there's water issues, there's potential water issues around the state, whether it's PFAS. Whether it's rising tides, a number of issues that are affecting our water system. So, I brought up in the committee, I said, hey, so what do we think about having a plan B? Maybe something to have in case there is a natural disaster or there's some nefarious acts that are going on and that contaminates our wells. I don't think I have to tell you that we have issues with waters around the state, whether it's up north, there's arsenic, there's PFAS, Merrimack, a number of different areas. So we just thought about maybe introducing a study just to look at the possibilities of a desalinization plant around the seacoast. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a desalinization plant. It could be an osmosis plant or something around the state. So we have an alternative resource in case something bad happens. And so it's just a study. I would recommend, I noticed that it says 3 senators. I would ask that we just change it to 1 member of the Senate, if that's okay. Just to make it, if you can make that a committee amendment. But that's really the essence of this. We definitely need to look at, I think, other resources. And I think California is just starting to look at it. So that's about it. It's just a study. Willing to take any questions that you might have.
All right, just the bill says 2 members of the Senate, right?
Oh, you know what? My copy on,
This is as amended.
right, I'd still ask, 1 would be great. I think 1. I'm happy with 1 if you'll give me 1, which would be me.
I would hope so.
Yeah. And I like to, when I do have a study, I do like to generate something that's useful. I don't even necessarily have to agree, but at least we get the conversation going. I think that's the wonderful thing about what happened here. We had pretty much a controversial topic with the landfills. I think you can all agree with that. And out of it, we learned some things that we could all come to the table with and look at each other in the eye and say, we did a good job researching what we had. And this is one of the things that I just considered. Kind of thinking outside the box. Do we need one now? Probably not. Will we need one in the future? Who knows? But we can look into that. So I like to generate useful and practical information when it comes to a study.
Thank you. Is there any questions by members of the committee? Representative Rung and Representative Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. We received a letter from Commissioner Scott at DES, and he mentioned that there's an ongoing commission looking at long-term needs at the seacoast. Do you think it might be helpful to get their report before we implement this study committee?
Not necessarily. I think, again, one of the neat things about having a study is that we can do our own research. Yes, there's a lot of work that's going on. That was brought up in testimony, and they came in and they talked about that. I don't want to interrupt what they're doing. But at the same time, I like to hit the ground running. And if I can glean things, and if a desalinization plant was something that they kind of ruled out, we can always look at osmosis, or we can look at other forms where we can have at the ready for legislation for the next session, if somebody else wants to take the reins on that. But I don't want to be looking, oh, we should have done something. This is more, again, it's a conversation. That's one of the things that's beautiful about a study, and it brings both sides together. I like a little bit of bipartisan thing going on here. So that's that. We won't interrupt their work. Yes, there's something that's going on. That's great, and there's all forms of individuals that are engaged in this conversation. I want us to be engaged with it as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up, Mr.
Or a
Chair.
follow-up?
Okay. So did you have any conversations with people at DES prior to
They came
drafting
and
this?
testified. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Representative Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Have you had any inspiration from other, I'll say either countries or some of the islands that have done desalinization? Have you had any, are there other outside of the United States opportunities for you to be looking at this to see what your inspiration is on this particular study?
Well, what's kind of cool, I'm just sitting in the hall waiting to come in here, and I'm talking to one of the lobbyists who happen to know about a particular thing that's happening in Saudi Arabia, and they've been doing this for years. And of course, we know that if you've been to Aruba, they have that. And lo and behold, Star Island. I don't know if you know where the Star Island is here in New Hampshire, the Isle of Shoals. They have a little one, but which is kind of cool. And I know that California hasn't really done it. Now they're starting to look at it, or they're starting to do it. I'd like to see what they have to do with Saudi Arabia, obviously Israel. A lot of the areas, South Africa, they've done it where water is precious. It's actually more precious than gold. So I don't want to take for granted that we have, the Lakes region, we have all these aquifers that are around. But if something happens, I'm not trying to be paranoid, but we discover about a leak at Cobain, the landfills, and I don't want to be caught flat-footed, So looking at all those other states would be wonderful to look at them and bring in, what they have to offer, what we can consider for New Hampshire. And like I said, it doesn't have to necessarily be desalinization, but that's the springboard where we're going to start with.
Okay, Representative Gould, Representative Simpson. Representative Gould.
Actually, she touched upon the issue I had about other countries, Israel and the other countries doing it.
Yeah, I think it's important to consider what others have done. Again, we have our own departments looking into this, but let's, if we need to put some legislation in to encourage something in the future, who knows what can happen in the next 6 months or 2 years, whatever. We'll be ready.
Just remember, folks, he mentioned all these islands, no field trips to Aruba or anything like that. Representative Simpson.
I don't mind if you put it into the language. I will definitely endorse it.
Yeah, well, your budget. Representative Simpson.
Thank
And
you,
then
Mr.
followed by
Chair.
Representative Bale.
I was looking at the potential membership of the committee, and I'm wondering if you've talked to any members of the Senate or the House who are in the Seacoast region, especially that have coastline, because I'm thinking some of the big issues would likely be like placement and how to deal with byproducts and all of that sort of thing.
Brackish water was an issue that Senator Ursula did bring up. She is on the seacoast. Again, the initial part was the seacoast, but it could be anywhere around the state, whether it's osmosis or anywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the seacoast. Like I said, it's just a springboard. But yes, she was concerned because of the departments already are doing a lot of work on this, and that's fine. I think it's great, but I think, again, if you get a number of independent minds in a room talking about this particular topic, could be osmosis, it could be something else. We can glean from other areas. We can bring it to the departments. They can say, yes, this works, this doesn't work, and go from there. I know our submarines have desalinization in them, so it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for coming in and presenting today. I just have one question about, okay, so I'm on line 10, the possibility of putting a desalination plant in New Hampshire, including an assessment of cost and benefits. So I'm looking at this, the scope of what is there, and it's not very specific. And what I would be looking to have considered would be economic impacts and environmental impacts.
Well, we can tease that out in the study for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Representative Rung for, wait a minute, excuse me, Representative Darby for the first time, then Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm also from Nashua. I understand you represent more than Nashua, but you've talked a couple of times about osmosis plants as an option, but the study, the language in the bill specifically says desalination. So if you're thinking about this as used in other areas of the state other than the seacoast, should the language of the bill be broader than just desalination?
I'm open to that.
Okay, thank you.
You know, in Nashua, years ago when I was a kid, lived on 14 Harbor Avenue, and which is about like half a mile, maybe a quarter of a mile from the Merrimack River. And I loved fish. And the Nashua River emptied into the Merrimack River. And I used to see some things coming out of the sewers going right into the, and I still like to fish, so whatever I saw was not pleasant coming out of the pipes into the Merrimack. And clean water, you know, I still wouldn't eat a fish from there as much progress as we have made, just because of what I've seen. But we've come a long way, if you will. But, you know, that's always been in the back of my mind. And then you hear whether there's arsenic, there's well poisoning from landfills, or there's industrial waste. And just got to thinking, you know, maybe we should start thinking about something that could be a plan B, thinking kind of outside the box. So I'm open to, you know, if you want to augment it to any, you know, other forms, very happy to do so. Yeah.
Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Senator, for taking my question. In response to Representative Donnelly's question and also Representative Darby, you mentioned that you're open to amendment. At noon today, the EPA is having a press conference in Merrimack announcing the establishment of MCLs for 6 PFAS molecules. And I was having a discussion with colleagues about the impact this is going to have on local municipal water systems and the need for them to construct GAC filters, granulated activated carbon, to remove PFAS because the limits are very low. So would you be open to having this bill be amended to not just look at desalination, but also any water treatment to enable municipal water systems to meet current federal regulation?
Well, there you go. You're thinking outside the box.
Okay.
And that's kind of the thing that we'll do in the study. But yes, I'd be absolutely. And those are some of the things that I love about a study, that we can consider stuff like that. And I think that's a great idea.
Okay. And just one quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
You mentioned osmosis and desalination. As a disclaimer, I used to have a business called Film Tech in my business portfolio when I worked for a large corporation, and they're the world leader in desalination. As far as I know, it's always reverse osmosis and nanofiltration. So I'd be curious to see if there's other ways of desalinating on a commercial scale that would have other technology, but if you ever go out to Film Tech, they're in Edina, Minnesota, and it was always a great trip for me because it was just like 3 blocks from the Mall of America. So, but if we can talk offline too, if you want to talk more about that kind of technology.
And I think what you're seeing right now, just even in our conversation, is the give and take of ideas and what the study can do. And if nothing else, we can bring to the awareness around the state the need for clean water and for situations where, we got to pay a little more attention to it. So.
Representative Wolf for a question.
Is there enough time? Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely.
Is there enough time with all of these ideas to do the study and complete it?
I'm really good at studies.
Okay.
You got to realize, folks, this is just legislators. They can do anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and we'll have recommendations and whatnot, and I like to pick brains, and I like to see what things we can come up with, and if it's useful, great. If we find that we can't do anything, that's also useful.
Representative Harvey Bullion, then Representative Harp.
Okay, real quick, thank you very much. Thank you for bringing up this legislation, Senator Avard. And I was just wondering if it would be accurate to say that maybe two things, if the chair will indulge me. If this legislation is more like let's see how we can improve municipal water supply, since it probably doesn't pertain to all the people on wells up north, because I don't assume that a desalination plant at the coast would be piping up to points north. And second part, if you don't mind, do you know of any reverse osmosis that's already going on in municipal water supply plants? Thanks.
Locally, no, I do not know if there are any, and I'd like to entertain that if that's a possibility. I do know that as far as distribution, that is definitely something that the departments did come up and say, that there is an issue with that. So, like I said, this is a springboard, and we can entertain thoughts of, if we needed that extra water supply, how would we go about distributing it and whatnot. So, getting back to the landfill, we were just trying to figure out how we can reduce the landfill. Now, I know we're talking about osmosis, and then, we were talking about, how water just kept coming up over and over and over and over again with the landfill bill. And we realized that we can actually reduce the tonnage by 2/3 if we incinerate, like Massachusetts does. Western Massachusetts incinerates a lot. And with that incineration, they also they use it for energy, or an energy resource, and they power their water treatment plant. Well, that's kind of cool. It's one-stop shopping. Now, now you've got to weigh the balance. Well, if we incinerate, there's air pollution. If we put it in the ground, there's contamination of water. But, we got scrubbers, we got technology. If we desalinize, there's brackish situations. But I'm not taking no for an answer as far as, can we come up with something that'll work for New Hampshire, So I don't know of anything locally that's doing it. There might be. Again, we can tease that out in this study.
Okay. Representative Harb, then Representative Ryan. And I want to say one thing. We've had a week or so off, but more than half the committee has asked a question. So, cool it down.
I like you all.
Yes, I know. Representative Harb and Representative Harb.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. My question is this: why did you pick a committee over a commission where I've sat on some commissions, and then you can have other stakeholders involved? Not that I'm against members of the House and the Senate, but if this is such an important issue, why didn't you move for a commission and then put a number of stakeholders on? Just a question. Thanks.
Thank you for that question, but as a legislator, I know commissions work. and commissions can continue and continue and continue. A study, we can, at least in my experience in every study that I've done, and I'll have a couple more coming up on energy this year. I got a small time frame. I can make suggestions, and if we want to build a commission from that point on, that's great. But it's like I said, it's a springboard. I don't mean to be insulting at all, but the Department of Bureaucracy can work very slowly at times. And I think just from my experience handling something like this, I have a track record of being able to produce something that's useful and for everybody. And so that's, I guess some of that lays on me, but I guess I would have to ask you to trust me to move the conversation. And if it turns out that we need a commission or we can augment an already existing commission, that's fine too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Ryan. Withdraw, okay. Representative Hoyt.
If the state ends up in a major emergency or disaster, as you say, which is what we're preparing for, don't you think the federal government would be involved? And probably would supersede either way?
They could, but we've had a train wreck out in the Midwest, and that water situation hasn't really been resolved yet.
Any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I really appreciate your time, and I know you're busy.
Mr. Deers. Yeah.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Ted Deers, and I'm the Assistant Director of the Water Division at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And you received a letter this morning in your email, but I printed out a copy for you to have here at the hearing. And mostly, I just want to spend a couple of minutes maybe addressing some of the questions that already came up to the senator, and just to brag a little bit on stuff we're already doing along these lines, just so that you have some awareness of that. So if you'll indulge me for just a couple of minutes. The issue of desalinization really hasn't been looked at in depth since the early 2000s. There was a study looking at something in Seabrook, sort of coordinated with the nuclear power plant, to see if there was a way to make that economical. At that point, it was not. So this hasn't been looked at, I would say, in depth for some significant period of time. The work that we're primarily engaged in at this point around the state relative to, sort of water supply and kind of the emergency situation that Senator Avard was talking about. And again, his take on this is a little different from, I think, the current work that's going on, which is really looking towards the current needs. And also, of course, some of the issues that have been raised by some of the future needs, regulatory, and otherwise. Is that we've really been focused on interconnection. One of the big studies that we did in the southern part of the state identified that we have plenty of water. It just isn't where we kind of need it. And so the idea is really to look at the distribution, how you interact with the distribution of different kinds of treatment types, of where the water goes and how it's needed and where it's going to be needed in the future. And so those have been the primary focus, and you've seen some of those bills, and there's bills that there are probably still on the docket yet for you to see. Things related to, say, the water pipe underneath the Merrimack down in Litchfield or Hudson, and some of these things that you've already seen come across your desks. So, and the same is true going on right now in the Seacoast. We have a study that will be done sort of later in 2024, early 2025, which does do exactly the same thing, which looks at what's current water supply capacity, what are the water demands, what is actually being used, doing some design alternatives analysis of different ways of doing interconnection and water supply, understanding the situation, which is, I think, achieving almost epic proportions amongst small water suppliers. So these small water supply systems are becoming increasingly non-economical to run. Understanding how we try to connect some of those and get some of those consolidated, and really looking at regional cooperation of where there's water and how that moves around in a different area. Looking at the funding, what would it cost to do some of these things? What would it cost to supply some of these? And, understanding, with some having some technical memos so that you can understand exactly what would be needed and some of the sort of conceptual plans for how it could be provided. That's a little different than I think what Senator Avard is looking at, which is sort of coming up with sort of this Plan B approach. But it is fit within the information that you would need to understand in terms of what is the need, where is the need, how is it currently supplied, and what does it cost to do the kinds of things that we're already doing or need to do. That is already being looked at and will be available sometime after this commission the committee would finish its work. The only other thing that I would want to point out is that somebody asked the question about whether or not there's any reverse osmosis going on in any municipalities. I would just note, and it was also brought up about landfills, is the Turnkey landfill in Rochester does actually have an RO plant, a reverse osmosis plant that it sends its leachate through. And that was really because of the recalcitrant nature of nitrogen within their effluent. So basically, leachate's weird stuff, and it's not well treated in current. Sometimes it's not well treated, depending on the constituency of it, in modern wastewater treatment plants. And so Rochester was a bit of a hard time with that product. So they put on 2 reverse osmosis. I think there's something like 500,000 gallons a day that they're actually treating as part of their permits. So for those of you who followed the trials and tribulations of Great Bay, it was a huge boon to reducing nitrogen coming out of the Cachiko River as a result of that improvement, and was a major improvement for the entire estuary. I have no other thing else to say except that if you have any questions, I'm here as long as you like.
Representative Vale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Deers. So I'm just looking at the situation where we were talking about what goes on in the landfill and incineration and water quality. And my understanding is that if it goes up in the air, it can wind up in the water. Is that the case?
Well, certainly what goes up must come down. Whether it comes down here or somewhere else, that's really for the air people to understand. That's pretty technical. Because it depends on lots and lots and lots of factors. And, I think that this is not my area of expertise, but I would imagine that there would be all kinds of pollution reduction technologies associated with anything like that. So, but certainly this, and then you have to do something with the residuals. So what do you do with the ash? What do you do with the fly ash? What do you do with the ash that comes out of the scrubbers? That they take out all that pollution. All of that has to go somewhere, and that's, can become, more of a problem than the actual problem if you don't have a good plan on how to do that. So there's a lot to think about with any of those kinds of technologies.
Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Deers, for taking my question. The senator brought up the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, and the water pollution. How would New Hampshire DES respond if there was such a travesty in New Hampshire for municipal water supplies?
It's a great question, and we certainly have all of our municipal water supplies have emergency action plans, and we approve those emergency action plans as part of their annual, or sometimes every 3 year, depending on who you are, their sanitary surveys. So this is something that is part and parcel of what water systems are required to do. We're also now starting to see EPA have some requirements for those kinds of emergency situations with wastewater treatment plants as well. So there is a lot of preparation going on for those kinds of events. And we have, I think, one of the best in the nation spill response, programs. And so we have, people who are trained. We have people who exercise on a regular basis. We have spills all the time in this state, and we respond all the time in this state. You can't prepare for everything. And so there's, if something truly catastrophic would happen, it would be a full court press from all resources across the state. And that would be handled through our emergency management agency.
Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Deers, again. So I'm looking at this study, and the date for the reporting out of is November 1st of this year. If we were to augment this, would we want DES to be on this study and to contribute information?
Thank you for asking. I think we're certainly willing to contribute information, whether we sit on a committee or not. I would say that we would be, if we were to be named into a commission, and especially if we were to be given some sort of a leadership role on it, we would probably have concerns about staffing resources. But in terms of providing information, you want us, we'll be there.
Thank you, Mr. Deers.
Anyone else? Question by anyone else? Representative?
Thank you very much. Real quick, what was the bill that the other study that you referenced? Do you happen to know the bill number or the name of it? Or
I'm sorry, I'm not sure which one.
The one you're
the one you
drawing,
were telling us that is already underway to study the water.
Oh, this is the study that we're doing is under the Seacoast Commission on Long-Term Goals and Requirements for Drinking Water. This was a commission that was created in 2019, and it's supposed to complete all of its work by 2029. And they do have annual reports of that committee. I'm happy to send that around to people. You bet.
any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Excellent. Have a great day.
We have no other pink cards. Seeing no one else here to send in a pink card, declare the hearing here finished.
Oh, thank you.
This is 301. And we're starting again in 10 minutes, right? 10:45. So you have a break. Yep. I will start the hearing on House Bill 345. Senator Murphy, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be back in front of so many colleagues from the House. Good to see you all again. My name is Keith Murphy. I'm the senator for District 16, which is Manchester's Ward 1, towns of Goffstown, Hooksett, Candy, and Raymond. The genesis of this bill was that I received a call from a constituent last summer, and she said, Senator Murphy, I have been trying to take my kids to Kingston State Park, and sometimes I go online and I can't make a reservation because it's booked. And sometimes I can, and when I go, the parking lot is always full, overwhelmingly full with cars from other states. And I don't think it's fair that New Hampshire residents can't go to the park because we're basically booked out of it. And I said, well, let me look into that. And so I, not living too far from Kingston myself, decided to try that. And the first time I went online, it was booked. And then I booked for the next week. And I went, and sure enough, the parking lot was probably 75% out of state plates. Well, maybe it was a family reunion or something. It was a one-off. So I tried it again a few weeks later, and it was the same thing. If you look at page 3 of this several-page document that I handed out, there's a chart labeled Kingston Visitation 2023 by day. And the bottom of that, there's 2 paragraphs. Kingston State Park saw 49% of its visitation from reservations last season, meaning they were made online. Of those reservations, 57% were from out of state, 43 from in-state. During the 5 peak days, the reservations were sold out. I find it surprising that it's only 5, but during the 5 that they were sold out, demographic shift was 67% out of state, 33% in-state. So I didn't think this was fair. I agreed with the constituent. These are parks that are owned by New Hampshire residents. They're owned by our citizens, and they should have some degree of priority or some degree of preference. 2/3 of park visitors being out of state while we turn away in-state residents did not strike me as fair and equitable. So I filed the bill. And what the bill says basically is park fees continue to be set by legislative fiscal, but where there are park entry fees, the fees can be no more than 50% for in-state than they are for out-of-state. And my thinking wasn't that we would lower the in-state park fees, it's that we would raise the out-of-state park fees. And the reason for that is, if you look at the single piece of paper, here's a nice little graph, nice little chart that spells out what other states do to us. And I specifically want to point out Massachusetts. Park entry fees, $5 to $8 for residents. Non-residents, meaning we go to visit their state parks, $20 to $30. Other states are doing this to us, but we treat everybody, regardless of where they come from, at $4. They get in the park, $4. My understanding is that fee has not changed in over a decade. So the park fees are due for a revision. I want to talk for a second about the Senate hearing. There was no opposition to the Senate hearing, and DNR came in and said, we're not opposed to the bill, we're neutral on the bill. But then they had a lot of reasons out of the blue why they opposed the bill. Maybe you've been to hearings and sat in hearings like that. We're not opposed to the bill, but. And I want to address a couple of things that I heard. If you look at the fiscal note, second paragraph, it says that the department states the impact of the state park fund is expected to result in a decrease in revenue. Okay, well, that doesn't sound good. But if you look at the next paragraph, bullet point 1, visitation data from 2023 would remain the same with 989,000, and I'm going to try to summarize a bit, visitors in fiscal year, 39% from residents, 61% from non-residents. So, that's that 61%. You go to the next page, the division assumed a maximum decrease of 50% in day use fees, bringing the average fees from $450 to $225 for in-state. Now, I never suggested, and I don't think anybody ever suggested, that the fees would go from $450 to $225. That number was sort of just pulled out of their heads. But even if that's what we did, even if that's what legislative fiscal did, it would be an increase in revenue. Because the very next line, very next bullet point is, conversely, division assumed an increase of 1.5 times for the non-resident adult fee, increasing it to from 450 to 675. This change would result in an increase in state park revenue of 1.366 million. Well, 1.366 million minus the loss they're talking about of 860,000 still means an increase in revenue of over $500,000. So even with their numbers that they pulled out of their head without talking to anybody in legislative fiscal, it's more money. And I just want to reiterate that this is a legislative decision. This is not a decision that should be made by the department. They have input. There's a legislative fiscal committee for a reason. That's where they bring their opinions to when it comes to these fees. And I'll conclude here, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I got all the points I wanted to make. The department is mandated to be run as an enterprise fund. What that means is that it should maximize profits. It should run like a business. Businesses take care of their owners. Now, I'm happy that I own a restaurant. When I order a burger at my restaurant, I don't pay for my burger. I pay for it in that I purchase the food that's used to make it, and I pay for it in the way that I pay for the employee who cooks it for me, but I don't pay a bill at the end of it. Well, our parks are owned by the people who live here. And why are we charging them the same fee as we are charging somebody else who doesn't own the park? Now, there was one red herring argument that came up, and I want to talk about that just for 1 second. And that is, well, we're going to reprogram the website. We're going to have the person at the front gate check the IDs and identify every single person walking, coming in the car. That's a red herring because the bill is very simple, and it says that license plates are good enough. If a car pulls up and it's got 4 people in it and the car has a Massachusetts plate, it's an out-of-stater. If the car drives up and it's got New Hampshire plates, that's an in-state resident car. It's not meant to be more work for anybody, and that's why it's drafted to be very broad in how it identifies in-state versus out-of-state. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Representative Horgan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. We're talking about rates here. Your initial issue was that the individual from New Hampshire was trouble getting bookings. What have we done for the individual who is not getting a booking, regardless of what the cost is? Where's the solution to that problem? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. The laws of economics say that if you charge more for something, you'll have less demand for it. Ideally, there'd be some more openings for people from New Hampshire. Truthfully, I think that if the fees were set at $4 and $8, that wouldn't drive anybody away. So perhaps the answer is more parkland, or open up the reservation system and allow more people to enter. I will say that on the days that I did go to Kingston, there was plenty of parking spaces there. Maybe the reservation numbers are set a bit low. But ideally, there'd be maybe a few less out-of-state residents or out-of-state visitors, but more spaces for New Hampshire visitors. I don't think $8 is going to send anybody away. No one that was going to come here for $4, in my opinion, is going to say, well, we're going to go to Massachusetts parks because, by the way, they're charging their residents $8 anyway. So if they were going to come to Massachusetts or New Hampshire, they still will. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. You have a follow-up? Or a follow-up? Yeah, go ahead. So again, we're talking about money, but the problem is with the bookings. Is there a way to give the New Hampshire resident some sort of priority in making the bookings that would give them the advantage over an out-of-stater coming in and tying up a slot?
I understand the question. The easiest answer, in my opinion, would simply to say that out of the, let's say we're looking at Kingston, right, which has a capacity of, reservation capacity is 385 people. Simplest thing to do would be to say, well, the first 150 or 200 spots would be reserved for New Hampshire residents. And because when you go to the website, you enter your plate number and your state of residence for that plate, right? So you could say the first 150 or 200 spaces, pick a number, would not be available for out-of-state residents. That would save those spaces for New Hampshire people. The downside to that is, I'm very cognizant of the fact that we want people to visit from out of state. We don't necessarily want them to not be able to come on a day that isn't busy. New Hampshire businesses do benefit from having people come in from other places. So I would say that if the number was going to be set that way and reserve those spaces for New Hampshire residents, it would have to be done at a fairly low number, so as not to deter out-of-state visitors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. We often get bills in this committee about changing fee structure, and there was actually a bill in state and federal this year that would give a discount to retired military people. And I get the sense, and I want to know if you share it, that we're dealing with this piecemeal. And you've brought up a very important point about residents versus non-residents. But do you think it might be a good idea to have this, our whole fee structure for all our parks really looked at in a comprehensive way? Because what if somebody comes from out of state, but they're retired military and maybe disabled? It seems like there's so many different factors we're putting into the soup that it's really difficult to see the big picture. And where the state parks, you mentioned it in your testimony, that we really they're operated as an enterprise, that maybe we should really take a bird's eye view of all of our fees, all of our parks, to see the best mix that provides financial stability for the division.
Thank you for the question. I will tell you, ma'am, that I spent a significant amount of time going over all the park fees for all the New England states. Maine, this big thick packet, Massachusetts, this is Vermont. Oh, look, this is also Vermont, and there's probably 25 pages here. Yeah. So I certainly agree with you in that this is a very complex issue. The fees are very much due for updating. They have not kept pace anywhere near inflation. I think if you apply the inflation to the fee of $4 in 2012, I think you'd see it would probably more than double. And I would not like to see park fees doubled for New Hampshire residents because, frankly, they already face enough of a budget issue at home as it is. Yes, I think it is time to take a wholesale look at the fee structure. But until the legislature does that, and maybe does a study committee and goes through that whole process, this is a nice, simple, one-paragraph solution that may be a Band-Aid, but it's better than leaving it at 4 hours for yet another year.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Or a follow-up.
Would you support an amendment that would establish a study committee so we can get going on it right away? With maybe a couple senators, a few representatives to... We just had the Senate come back. We just heard a bill from a senator about setting up a study committee, but maybe, spending the summer doing exactly what you described and coming forth in the fall with a bill that looks at everything in totality. Because yes, this is a quick fix, but it's going to require some changes, new signage, new information. If we're going to go through that process, why not do it for all the fee structure?
That's the will of the committee. I'll certainly respect it, and I would serve on that committee. I will say that on my side of the wall, that we're not too fond of committees, study committees in general, because we each get put on 3 or 4 of them.
Well, I think I can get Senator Avard to support this one. We'll do a little, yeah.
This bill is one of the, is an early bill. So we have to make a decision on what we do in 2 weeks. So it's not one where we can spend on. We don't have a big time frame for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill forward, Senator. I think this chart, the comparison with the other New England park fees, is very telling. And I don't think I gathered, when do you think, I'm surprised we haven't done anything yet. If you have any idea why we haven't updated our fees, and when was the last time we updated our fees? If you mentioned it, I missed it. Thanks.
My understanding is that it's been over a decade. I don't want to speak for the department. I believe that they have said to me that they are looking at the fees and would propose that they're going to be changed through joint fiscal committee, in the near future. I don't want to put words in their mouths, however. So I agree that they are very much due for an update. I also think that when we do it, if we don't do it with this bill, it is imperative that we look very closely at what other states are charging us. And then if they're charging us more, we do the same to them.
Representative Darby for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. The language of the bill talks about entrance to state parks. New Hampshire state parks are widely varied and include some ski resorts like Mount Sunapee and Cannon Mountain that are based on tickets as opposed to, that's how you sort of gain entrance. And so my question is would it include those facilities? And would it, and have you thought about using the language that other bills use, which talk about day passes?
I would certainly welcome the change to day pass language, but it would not be included. If you look at the bill, the second line of the new text is the commissioner of the department may elect to set separate fee schedules for residents and non-residents for specific uses within the park. So you don't pay a fee at the gate to enter, Cannon. You pay when you buy the lift ticket. That is a specific fee. So, if I go to Kingston and I rent a canoe, I pay a fee for that. That is a use. So this allows the commissioner the discretion to set a separate fee structure if he or she chooses, but it doesn't require them to do so, because I recognize that it may not make sense in every case.
Any other question? Representative Wolf.
Looking at these fees thank you for taking the question, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Do you think this will necessarily decrease the usage of these parks, or will we get more out-of-state residents in there taking up the spots?
I understand. I don't believe it will. It certainly will not lead to more out-of-state residents. It may lead to slightly less. Some people, some small percentage may be deterred by the fee going from $4 to $8. As I told the other representative, I don't think that's likely to be the case. I think it's likely to stay just about the same. In a way, again, I would be happy to see a few less out-of-state visitors visiting the parks, because that would mean more space for New Hampshire residents, which was, of course, why the bill was filed in the first place.
For a follow-up.
But the park system is a self-funded agency, so if we get an overall decrease in revenue, that's going to hurt.
I think there's 0% chance of that happening. I am extremely confident of that. Even using the numbers provided by the agency, in which they predicted that they assumed, incorrectly in my opinion, that we would lower the fee from $450 to $225 for in-state residents, but increase out-of-staters from $450 to $675. Even if we did that, it would generate more than $500,000 in new revenue. And I did not in any way, shape, or form suppose or recommend that the fee would be cut for in-state residents. I think it's set at $4, where it has been for over a decade. If we went to $4 and $8, let's run those numbers. I think it's going to be significantly more revenue.
Questions by anyone else? Representative Healy?
Thank you for taking my question. Getting back to Representative Horgan's question about capacity, I think the easiest way to control the capacity is let in-state residents reserve earlier, and then let the out-of-state residents 2 days or a week later. That's probably the best way to control capacity. That's how a lot of places control capacity for, concerts or anything else. And I think that's the way you should be looking at it.
That's a solid recommendation, and that's one I would endorse. I also want to say that in the Senate, we don't typically get a lot of questions when we introduce bills. It's heartening for me and a good flashback for me to be in front of the House again, where I get actual questions.
Yeah.
We got time to think. Anyone else? Seeing no one?
Thank you, sir.
Very much. Chair recognizes Brian Wilson from Natural Cultural Resources, Morrisville the Park.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brian Wilson. I'm the Division Director for the Division of Parks and Recreation in the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. I'd like to read my testimony, which I submitted through the portal to the committee in full. And so bear with me while I read through that. I think it's important. And then I will want to follow up on some of the things that I heard here already today, just to help, I think, clarify some things. Dear Mr. Chairman, Renzullo and committee and members of the committee, please accept this testimony on behalf of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources Division of Park and Recreation regarding SB 345 relative to state park fees for state residents. The division opposes this bill and believes that it would have a substantial adverse impact on tourism, the visitor experience, and could result in a decrease in revenue for the state park fund. The division has been working on a calibration of our fee schedules across the park system in consultation with the fiscal committee. This has been a multi-year project dating back to 2018, and it involves our State Park Advisory Council. The first set of fee package changes that were approved by the fiscal committee recently were in September of 2023 relative to Cannon Mountains lift tickets. The second was approved in April of 2023 relative to the parking meters at the Seacoast beaches, where we charge an hourly rate. And most recently, the committee approved the rates for our camping and lodging in December of 2023. The last significant piece of our fee package is the day use fees, which we have already begun to examine in anticipation of making a request to fiscal within the next year. This bill has the potential to financially disrupt the careful planning and budgeting done by both the division and the fiscal committee to ensure that fees are balanced and provide the necessary funding to operate the park system. Further, it binds our ability to currently in statute to adjust our fees according to market conditions and to create a mandatory doubling of cost to non-residents. By way of background, the State Park Fund was established in 1991, creating an operationally self-funded park system. The House Appropriations Committee report that recommended passage wrote, "This bill establishes the New Hampshire State Park and ski areas as an enterprise-type, self-funded, accountable business entity to provide improved park and ski recreation facilities and services to New Hampshire citizens and tourists alike." The fee approval process through the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee pursuant to RSA 216A3G was established to provide the department with the ability to maximize revenues and adjust fees according to market conditions and trends, as is common in private industry. It further states that fees for the use of campgrounds and ski lifts shall be comparable with fees for use of similar privately owned facilities. The operation of all enterprise functions shall be as profitable as possible within the purposes of the park system. The division continually strives to balance its priorities by examining fee structures, visitation data, market conditions, and other metrics to inform recommendations to the fiscal committee for adjustments to park fees. We're very concerned that this bill would put into law a 50% discount or double the fees, which would have adverse impacts here. An online reservation system was put into place in 2019 to specifically address park capacity concerns and has been well received by visitors across the park system. Prior to 2019, parks were routinely full, with many visitors being turned away. The reservation system allows visitors to benefit by reserving ahead of time to guarantee their spot at the park while allowing the division to define a specific capacity number at each park. As well, the established reservation system has streamlined the guest experience and flow of traffic. Confirmation emails are sent with each reservation that includes a know before you go section with pertinent safety information and rule information, where we find we have a more informed visitor when they arrive. We feel we have made significant strides forward using the reservation system for visitor satisfaction, public safety, and managing park resources. New Hampshire's hospitality and tourism-based private businesses do not differentiate fee structures based on residency as a common practice. The state, through the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, spends millions of dollars in ad campaigns to attract out-of-state visitors. Approximately half of the day use visitors at New Hampshire state parks come from out of state, and a residency-based structure of this nature would discourage tourism and related economic activity. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and additional information on SB 345, and I'm happy to provide any further information.
Questions by members of the committee. Representative Harvey, Representative Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Does the department have any does the division have any information on the side benefits to the economy of attracting out-of-state residents to the parks, to businesses, restaurants, things like that?
We generally rely on Business and Economic Affairs and the Outdoor Recreation Office to generate economic impact reports. So there are several that exist out there. One of the more recent ones was inclusive within part of the statewide rail trail plan, which DNCR manages the statewide trail system. There's been reports of the economic impact to the rail trails, to the OHA RV use. There was although a little dated now perhaps, an extensive look at the redevelopment of Hampton Beach State Park and what that would contribute to the Hampton community. And yes, so I mean, there's lots of reports out there, both nationally and locally, regarding the impact of outdoor recreation from an economic standpoint.
For a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned the millions that were spent on advertising to attract out-of-state residents. Is some of that not just to fund the parks, but to attract, to encourage the statewide economic benefits?
Well, it would be really to attract the statewide economic benefits. So, we're excited to say that we think we're one of the most efficient state park systems in the country. What I mean by that is we're operationally self-supported. So of our $40 million operating budget, only 1% of that for our Bureau of Historic Sites comes from general funding. All of the rest of it is produced by people who come to visit or camp or pay a parking fee or an overnight camping fee. So the commissioner of DNCR already has the authority under statute, when that system was created that way, to create our fee structure and be able to do that and provide so that we can maintain that structure and the way that the system is set up as self-sufficient. So we pride ourselves in operating in that mindset that everything that we look at is, from an analytical standpoint, a lot of the data that was shared by Senator Murphy was data that our division produced to follow up on questions that he had relative to this bill. And since we've started this reservation system for day use visits a few years ago, we now have a lot more information at our fingertips than we ever had before relative to who is coming to visit, where they're coming from, and that information that we intend to use as a part of our own process of going forward. So because the fee package is big and there's a lot of complexity in it, we were taking an approach of kind of taking smaller bites off of it, if you will, with respect to our metered parking. We did first Cannon Mountain as its own separate piece. Our camping, we did a piece just for camping, and really the last piece was for us to take a close look at what the day use fees. What I also want to, I think is very important to understand too, relative to New Hampshire being self-funded, is none of those surrounding states, Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, or anything, they are not self-supported. So they are getting tens and tens of millions of dollars of general fund support for their park system. I spoke with the director of Massachusetts State Parks relative to this bill. Their fees are so high there because a commissioner at the time wanted to set the fees to discourage people during COVID to come to parks during Massachusetts, and the fees have not been reset since. So they get complaint after complaint after complaint about people who are from out of state. Why would I have to pay $30 to come to Walden Pond State Reservation? That's how they set the fee. New Hampshire is different and unique in a way where we rely on hospitality and tourism as one of our main economic drivers here, and the park system is really set up to help support that in a way.
Representative Brung, you had a. Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Representative
your-
Brung, and thank you for taking my question. I've seen the discussion of fees on various departments this year, especially in the Department of Agriculture, where they hadn't raised the fees in 15 years. When was the last time that the day fees, park entry fees were raised?
Sure. The last time the day use fees were raised was in 2012.
So over a dozen years ago.
Yep.
And follow-up,
For a follow-up.
and you have within your abilities the right to raise the fees at your choice, subject to fiscal committee.
Correct.
Okay, I think you got some.
Representative Brung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Wilson. So you talked about how you've been working kind of piecemeal at different aspects of the fee structure to address them and bring them to the fiscal committee. How far are you through that process, looking at the different various segments of fees?
Thank you for the question. So the day use fees is really kind of the last significant piece of revenue that we would be going after. So about $4 million is can be attributed of our annual revenue can be attributed to day use fees. So it's a good chunk that we recognize a few things. One is that it's been over a decade since those fees were adjusted. However, we've been able to operate the park system within our self-funding model for that time. So we're trying to kind of thread the needle, if you will, with respect to keeping the fees as low as possible to encourage folks both in-state and out-of-state to be able to come and enjoy the park system. But at the threshold where we're able to generate enough revenue to operate. Now, other costs have gone up, for us, relative to staffing and everything in the world. It's really, everything that we do is more expensive now. So that's why we're, been taking a more concerted effort and tackled the campground piece, which was also the first time in 10 years that's been updated. So that was just done last December. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, follow up, Mr. Chair. So do you also, part of your budget, do you account for any capital reserve funding or capital expenditures for improvements? Does that come out of your operating budget?
Not really. I would classify that as maintenance. So where we do a certain level of maintenance and improvements within our operating budget, but we do rely on the state capital budget process to help fund projects that are larger and more costly in nature in terms of whether it's a major renovation or a restoration or something, or improvement or expansion.
Okay, and just one more, Mr. Chair. Back in 2018, 2019, your division came to this committee to give like an orientation early in the term, and I found it very helpful. And I would like to suggest that perhaps in the next several months, maybe by the end of the year, early next year, you consider doing that, because what I struggle with is we have bills like this come in, and there was a similar bill that went to state and federal that would give a discount to active or retired military personnel. And it just seems kind of disjointed. So it would be helpful to have like a presentation about all of this. And maybe it will come after the day fee analysis that you do. But if you could think about keeping us in the loop about and being proactive about communicating about your division so that we're better informed when these kind of bills come through, it would be helpful.
Great, thank
All
you.
right, thank
We
you.
would love that opportunity.
For another question, Representative?
Thank you,
Seeing
Mr.
anyone
Chairman.
else?
Thank you for taking my question. The fees that are listed on this sheet, I guess that Senator Donovan prepared, is this accurate that it's $29 for night camping?
I don't have that in front of me, so I'm not sure what you're.
I guess it's a twofold question.
Yes, our camping fee schedule is also complex. So I was hoping not to be quizzed on the rates for the camping. They vary from primitive sites to full hookup sites. So $29 does sound like one of those rate structures for relative to camping.
Follow through with that.
For a follow-up.
If it's $29, why is the in-state and the out-of-state the same rate? If we have problems with capacity.
So we don't really have problems with capacity relative to our campgrounds, and differentiating rate structures between residents and non-residents was something that the department weighed when we went to update our camping fees last year, and we opted not to separate and create a differential between a residency for camping.
Why?
They say because.
It's a few things. One is the way that we've been operating for quite a while now has had the rates the same across the board, which makes implementation of that a lot easier. So if you were from out of state and you went online to make a reservation to come camping, and you would put in a bunch of information, what we see as folks will say that they're from New Hampshire, but they're not really from New Hampshire, but they'll book it that way, and then we've got to reconcile that at the time that they arrive for camping. And there are quite a few very savvy campers out there who do this kind of thing for a living, where they'll create several accounts with different addresses and things like that to try to game the system, if you will. So implementation of verifying residency for camping was something that we opted to not address at the time.
Is anyone else for questions? Representative Gould.
Do you still have the senior discounts for camping and, well, that's the only one I think I know of.
Yes, and I'm glad you asked. Thank you. So relative to the day use fees, our current fee package has several comps and discounts, including for state employees, for the general court, and for military, for New Hampshire disabled veterans, for New Hampshire National Guard, for New Hampshire seniors. It is free. It is not free for 65 and older if you're out of state. So there's a whole menu within our current fee package that allows for the opportunity for either free or deep discounted access for day use. The state park license plate is probably the best example. It's a discounted season pass, essentially, that is only eligible for if you have a New Hampshire registered vehicle. And then we also have library passes as well too at most local libraries, that anybody who really wants to get to a park that can't afford the fee can go and take that pass out at the local library.
Anyone else? else? Thank you. And call, next person is Jim Chase from Seco Science Center. Opposed?
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to address the committee. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Jim Chase. I'm the Executive Director of the Seco Science Center in Rye, New Hampshire, operating out of Odiorn Point State Park. Science Center has operated in partnership with New Hampshire Parks for over 30 years from our location in Odiorn. We operate under a service agreement that obligates us to provide interpretive services within the park to the benefit of the broader community. During this time, the Seco Science Center has grown to be one of the largest by attendance nonprofit cultural institutions in the state of New Hampshire. We've hosted over 2 million visitors and presently see about 100,000 folks through our doors every season. I'm here to voice my concerns and express my opposition to 345, believing it will have significant adverse impacts to the Seco Science Center in terms of both reducing our mission impact and mission footprint in terms of the number of people we can host every year, and as well as perhaps threatening our financial stability as a smaller nonprofit institution. In our view, as has been discussed here, parks would have no real option under SB 345 other than to double out-of-state parks visitation fees. I've provided a brief summary document to all of you that kind of goes through our case and thought process, both in terms of the implications on our mission, the implications to our financial situation, and some window into the logistical complications that this would create as a partner operating within the state park. Based on 2023 admissions data, around 100,000 visitors, I think we had 98,000 visitors, 43% of those folks are from out of state. In 2023, we earned $390,000 of admissions revenue. And what that would mean is that with 43% of those folks coming from out of state, that puts $160,000 of revenue in jeopardy should out-of-state visitors be disincentivized to come to the Seco Science Center. If, in a ballpark scenario, we lost half of those out-of-state visitors, which I think is perhaps a reasonable assumption, because what's happening in a place like the Science Center, the price to admissions to the park and the Science Center is seen by a visitor as an aggregate fee. When we calculate our admission fees, we lay the park's fee on top of that to come to some understanding of the psychology of the customer coming through the door and what they're willing to spend for a family of 4 to come and visit, and weigh that against what we feel the value of the experience at the center is. So I think we could see upwards of half declining. So let's say that was $80,000. If we were to lose $80,000 of our admissions revenue, for us, that's 1.5 to 2 full-time equivalents. We would be forced to reconfigure staffing. We would have to reschedule and redistribute, probably to absorb that loss. Should New Hampshire Parks double the fee and lose less than 50% of the visitation, as has been discussed, they make more money. There's no question about that. Seco Science Center, as a partner within the park, loses money for every out-of-state visitor that doesn't come. There is no model here where we can claw back any of those revenues as people are disincentivized. We're about customer service. That's how we have been successful. We provide a high-quality education product. We provide a high-quality experience within the park, interpreting the park. And the way we treat our visitors is of paramount importance to us. One of the impediments that we address day to day, because we're the people on the ground, is a profoundly complicated fee matrix. And I've got an example of it here, but it's Science Center fees, it's parks fees, library fees, participants in Science Center programs, New Hampshire school groups in season, New Hampshire school groups out of season, out of state school groups with a facilitated program, without a facilitated program, center volunteers, participations from the University of New Hampshire, and it kind of goes on and on and on. And what this creates from a customer service point of view, yes, there's clear and clean answers for all of that as you address me at the admissions counter. But it's a big story to tell. And it's often not easy to tell when we have a line of visitors trying to get into the facility. So complications in that area present logistical challenges for us that impede our ability to provide exemplary customer service, which is something we're very proud of. We now use an online ticketing pre-reservation service as well. It's strangely one of the silver linings of COVID brought us to a place where we did that. Timed ticketing, timed entry, better coordination with parks, and collecting day use fees. At present, we collect day use fees for New Hampshire parks for visitors who would normally never pay them, as they would come in during the off-season at parks. If someone comes to visit us in November, when there's no park staff available, they'll register online, they'll pay their fees for the Science Center. We also charge them the state parks day use fee, and we collect that, hold it in a liability account, and redistribute that back to parks. I think in 2023, that was about $52,000 from Odeon that we collected on parks' behalf and passed back through. I guess in summary, I'm concerned about the impact, certainly the financial impact of the Science Center. With loss of that revenue, I'm concerned that it will erode that visitor experience. And to give you a sense of the resource that we have operating within the park, part of my job is to toot our own horn, I suppose, so forgive me for a second. The quality of the visitor experience. In February, USA Today released a national survey. They surveyed 170 aquarium-like institutions across America, and they looked at the visitor response, the Yelp reviews, the Google reviews, the customer service reviews from all of those organizations. And they assessed the highest quality visitor experience and beauty of the aquarium. Fifth in the nation out of 170, because the experience that our staff is able to provide and is very focused on, and the spectacular location that we're afforded within Odeon Point State Park. Those combined for a profound draw and benefit. I think that Seacoast Science Center and Odeon Point State Park and New Hampshire parks is really a stellar example of a public-private partnership within New Hampshire. And I honestly think it should something that should be celebrated and cultivated rather than impeded by what I think is perhaps unintentionally, from our perspective, short-sighted legislation. I ask that you give this perspective that I've shared serious consideration as you work through the disposition of this bill. I thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer questions, and I have also provided contact information for me on the back of that sheet should somebody want to follow up on any other matters related to the Science Center. Thanks for your time.
Any questions by members of the committee? Representative Robb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And maybe Mr. Wilson can help out with this, but of the people can go to Odeon State Park and not go to the Science Center. How many of those, what do the numbers look like? Like what percentage of people that go to Odeon State Park do not go to the Science Center?
We are actually aggregating and working through those data now. It hasn't been for the last 2 years since we both went to online ticketing that we could even begin to wrestle with it. The preliminary work is that Science Center is the primary driver for a lot of the visitation. Is it 80%? No. Is it 50 to 70% sometimes of the year? Absolutely. So I won't say we are the sole most significant. It's a big piece of the pie, and we'll have those data in the coming months as we finish working through them, because frankly, we want to desperately know that too.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. That's it for the pink cards. There's no one else wish to speak on this bill. I will close 3:45. Oh, yes, like the blue sheets, if you can put the, yeah, could you send up the blue sheets with, on that and on the previous one? Appreciate it. Thank you. And for the record, one actually was Senator Avard who signed in on 301, and there's on 345. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people signing in against. I'll open the hearing on House Bill 387. Senator Waters, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members of the committee, I'm Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 387 relative to state parks past pilot program for recovery centers and community mental health centers. As you see from the bill, what it proposes to do is a pilot program which would provide, as we do in the state library program, a pass for use by participants in a state registered recovery center or community mental health center. We have about 30 of those around the state, and these are ones that would be able to have the folks using their services have the benefits to both recovery and mental health by being able to be outside. We also have, since it's a pilot program, a mechanism here for an anonymized collection of data to see how the program is going, who's using it, what kind of results, again, anonymized, that we can be given from the recovery center and the community health centers as to the impacts of the program. I will just say briefly that we heard a lot of testimony in the Senate about all the extensive research about the benefits of outdoor recreational experiences for people with mental health issues, and the case and all the work that I do with the recovery centers, the case I believe is the same. And so there's extensive research on that, and really quite extraordinary benefits that are seen from it. I come also as a member of the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and other drugs, and we have discussed this program on that commission. And Patrick Tufts, who is the chair of the commission, has said that I can express his intent, should this bill passes, to use some of our grant funding for the $3,000 that will cover the costs, so that while the parks generously said they might under the pilot program be able to provide this, I think what we've heard about the budgeting and the financing of the dependence on the park through admissions, that I would like to be able to support this with grant funding, and I can assure you that we'll be able to find those $3,000 to support this pilot program. So it's about $105 a pass for each center, and they can give it out to somebody to go use it for the day, and then they come back and return the pass, and so that's how it would work for these centers. I think I just would like to say on a personal note that some of us may have recognized the importance of being able to get outside and out to the parks during COVID epidemic, when I think we were all under a lot of mental health stress during that period. And I think that is a testimony that we have certainly across the state. And given the research that this can really particularly help people who are served, the 60,000 people who are served by our community mental health centers, and the untold thousands who are in recovery and served by our state registered recovery centers, that this would be a good thing. We'll be able to get some data, see how it works. So I hope that they'll have your support, and I will be glad to take any questions.
Any questions of the senator? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Just a lack of understanding on my part. So the bill talks about recovery centers and community mental health centers at the beginning. Can you describe the difference between the two?
Oh, yes, I mean, it's in their mission. Community mental health centers deal with all kinds of folks, many of whom are on Medicaid or Social Security disability or supplemental security insurance. And it's really these programs are a safety net for mental health illness or emotional disorders, so across all kinds of conditions. Recovery centers, again, these are the ones that are registered with the state as eligible for state funding. So there's a lot of supervision, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of rules that are followed. These are the people who are, the recovery centers are helping folks who are in recovery. These are registered with Health and Human Services so that their programs are approved and that the funding that comes through the Governor's Commission and from other sources is supervised by that. So that's why this is very much delimited to places that the state has confidence in are serving their clients well and that they would manage a program like this appropriately.
Follow-up?
For a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On line 9, you talked about the anonymized data collection.
Yeah.
On line 9, it says each participating community mental health center shall report this, but it doesn't talk about the recovery centers. Is the intent that they would both support and report this anonymized data?
The community health center, I think there's a possibility and methodology for that. I wouldn't say that it'll become a proxy for the recovery centers, but this will not, I was a little nervous about putting a reporting burden on the recovery centers. I think, certainly we can ask them how it's going and so on and so forth, but with HIPAA provisions and otherwise, this was one that could work through with the HIPAA restraints on providing information about individuals about their health care. So that's why I differentiated that way. And so I hope that thank you for the question, because I hope that will be satisfactory, but I think that this is kind of reflects the state of what we think we can do.
Representative Horgan for a question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. If I heard you correctly, there's 30 facilities that would require a pass. And is it a pass for the facility or a number of passes for a number of individuals or group passes? How does that pass situation work for each facility? And what would the associated fee be?
Thanks for your question. I think we'll hear it is kind of like the state park library pass program, which the libraries pay for as well. And so it is in the possession of the center. If somebody wants to use it, it's an individual who can then take the pass and present it at an eligible state park. So that's the limitation to it. It's not groups. It's one individual, and that is about the 20 recovery centers and the 10 community mental health centers.
For follow-up? I just want to understand, is there one pass issued for each facility, or is there a number of passes that they can give to one individual at a time?
Thanks, because one per facilities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Representative Rowe, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So when I see this as a pilot, I see it that's a test, and who will report the results, or who to whom will the results be reported to, and what would the criteria be to assess the success of it, and how would you define this, what success looks like for it?
Thank you for your question, and I think maybe you might want to add something on line 12.
An amendment, okay.
That would suggest to whom that should go. I mean, obviously, it's going to be an HHS.
Okay. But what?
I had imagined that this would go to the commissioners, the Commissioner of Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, and to the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. I mean, that's how I imagined it, but, you know, it might be useful for this committee and for Senate HHS to receive that report as well. So whatever you think is best on that. But in putting together, I just assumed the reporting would be going to the two commissioners, because then we could ask them how to go in 2 years and decide what we want to do at that point. But if you think it would be good for us legislators to have a report too, fine.
I'll-
Or a follow-up?
Yeah, and, but the reporting, especially since it's going to two different commissioners, or that's what an amendment would reflect. How is are each center going to have their own, is it going to be a standardized reporting form? I'm just looking at those commissioners are going to receive the report. They'll be assessing whether the pilot was successful or not. But the criteria that they'll make that determination would be based on a report that should be standardized. So who should be preparing? Should they be preparing the pilot evaluation form?
Thanks for the question. I think because the pilot, I just tried to keep it real simple. Because we're going to be the ones who decide whether it's success or not, right? It's a pilot program. If we want to keep it going in statute, which we'd have to do, we'll be the ones who would decide. So that's why I thought it could be a fairly simple written report that would include what they thought was relevant for us to know. But again, if you think that it would be important to have that more detailed and specified, the wisdom of this committee is nearly infinite, Mr. Chairman. Nearly.
Nearly, yeah. Yeah, how many?
Thank you.
Yeah, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Chairman.
Next person, Brian Wilson, from Natural and Cultural Resources.
Good morning again, committee members. I'm Brian Wilson, Director of Division of Parks and Recreation. I will, let me pass this around, sorry. I will spare reading my testimony into the record here. Some of it resembles some of the language in the last, just with regard to explaining our self-funded model here. We support this pilot and appreciate the senator's willingness to reach out to the department to discuss the particulars around that, so that we thought that we could coalesce around a good program. So we appreciate that, and we do also recognize the value of outdoor recreation on folks' both mental and physical health here, and would support this as a pilot. Relative to some of the conversation regarding reporting, we also at the department hadn't thought a whole lot about that, but we would have mechanisms to be able to provide data relative to the frequency or the number of visitations, either unique to each center or more broadly. So I feel like that is something that between HHS and DNCR that we could work out the particulars of that. But I would be supportive of any other amended language as well too that required any official reporting out, whether it's to this committee or otherwise. That is also something that similarly happens with other pilots or some other programs that we have within our purview.
Are any other questions by members of the committee? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just related to an earlier question to the senator, what's your perspective on how these passes would be used by these centers?
Yeah, so my understanding is it's probably it's the closest resemblance to our library pass program in that there would be one physical pass available at each center, some level of promotion or awareness at those centers that these exist, and for those that want to take the opportunity to do that, and then it would be unique So the way that it works with the library passes, for instance, is if somebody shows up at a state park where we're charging a fee through our point of sale system, we're able to enter a unique ID number that's connected to that pass, so that we can produce reporting for that and track where they came from. We don't really do a whole lot of analysis on the library program. For instance, it's been something that's been set within the fee structure for a long time, and is a great program. But I would see this being similar as well.
Representative Harp, a question.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. It struck me, why can't the centers now buy a pass for $105?
The passes, a pass for $105 is in our current fee package. It's either unique to an individual purchasing a season pass, or in the instance of the libraries, it would be unique to a physical place or center. So you would not be able to do that. Every individual that's participating, or a client at a recovery center, would need to get their own season pass if it were to fall under our current fee package.
For a follow-up.
Thank you for a follow-up. So could you administratively go in and amend your administrative rules or regs to have a line item that says centers can get the pass without having a bill to tell you to do that?
Yes, we could go to the fiscal committee to make a change to our fee package to allow for a program that mirrors this legislation.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much. Holly Stevens from NAMI. What's NAMI? Okay. I'm not an anagram person.
Chairman and committee members. I don't get to come to this committee very often, so it's nice to be able to visit and see you all. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire. It's the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI, New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, advocacy, and education. And on behalf of NAMI, New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in favor of Senate Bill 387 relative to the state park passes for the community mental health centers and recovery centers. 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 6 youth aged 6 to 17 experience a mental illness each year in New Hampshire. This equates to 221,000 individuals in the Granite State who are directly impacted by mental health condition, with 57,000 adults living with a serious mental illness. In 2021, nearly 40% of adults in New Hampshire reported symptoms of anxiety or depression. And of those experiencing a mental illness, 70,000 adults in our state did not receive any treatment. As you've heard, the research overwhelmingly shows that outdoor recreational activities have a positive impact on mental health. This does include older adults with serious mental illness, as well as folks experiencing symptoms of anxiety and depression. Studies have found that nature-based interventions, including forest therapies with an emphasis on immersion in nature, had a significant effect on the reduction of anxiety and depression. As you've heard, there's 10 community mental health centers. One of them is here today to speak, which is wonderful to be able to hear from them as well. And as you've heard, in 2022, they served over 60,000 unique individuals in our state. They do serve as a primary safety net. And in 2022, 70% of the clientele that they served are on Medicaid, which means most of these folks, as you've heard, are on Social Security disability or supplemental security income, and they do not have the funds to be able to purchase daily passes or a season park pass. for themselves. Because they have very little money left over at the end of the month after paying for their rent, their food, their, for transportation, and everything else that we all have to pay for. So knowing how many people receive services through the community mental health centers and knowing that it's would have a positive impact for them, and also knowing these are folks that can't afford to buy their own passes, this would be a really great pilot program going forward. And I just wanted to speak to Representative Harb's question about changing the rules. And I think that because this is a pilot, I think letting it go as a pilot to see how it works and see, if folks are actually using the passes would be a good way to then, direct the department to change rules if it is a successful program. But I think that having this go forward as it is right now would be really important for the folks that are served by the community mental health centers. So I urge you to seriously consider this legislation and vote ought to pass.
Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Holly, for taking my question. I'm kind of thinking about that reporting when the pilot's over and reporting to the commissioner of DHHS and the parks and what success looks like. But in your testimony, you've said that there's clear research that always shows the mental health benefit of having people partake in the natural environment. So would you recommend then that report that gets submitted at the end of the pilot focus more on usage, things like that, since we've already, because I was thinking the report would maybe include information about the improvement of someone's mental health in participating in the pilot. But if we can already establish that as a certainty, how would you look to have that report filed? Like, what criteria would you recommend be included in it?
And when you asked that question before, I started thinking about, what would success look like? And I think success would look like, are people using the passes? And I think that that's the most crucial part of the reporting, not what their diagnosis is, not, did their mental health improve, but, just were people actually using the passes would dictate, I think, whether it's successful or not.
Representative Horgan for a question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are your 10 facilities included in the 30 facilities that were originally mentioned
And
by the senator?
yeah, just for clarification, I don't have 10 facilities. NAMI New Hampshire is a grassroots organization. We're speaking in favor of the 10 mental health centers having these, but we're not directly affiliated with them, just for clarification. But yes, those 10 mental health centers are included in the 30.
Thank you very much. Being no more questions, no more hands, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Martha Pearson, Community Mental Health, Riverbend.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you
morning.
for hearing my testimony. I'm here as a Riverbend employee, and Riverbend is one of the 10 community mental health centers, and I am definitely in favor of this bill regarding the state park passes for mental health centers. As you've already heard, Riverbend is one of 10 community mental health centers in Concord, serving over 60,000 clients throughout the state. And Riverbend itself serves about 30 communities in central New Hampshire, so we're in the sort of Concord, Merrimack County area. Our clients include both adults and children, and generally are people that have a very serious mental health conditions and that affect their daily functioning and very limited resources, thus limiting their ability to access things that cost money, such as the state parks. During my many years at Riverbend, I've actually had a lot of firsthand experience of how beneficial the outdoors is for our clients. I've had a couple of outdoor adventure groups, and we currently have a stress management and social skills group that regularly meets outdoors during the summer months, and clients often ask about going to the state parks, specifically because they like to go swimming, and there aren't a lot of places with lifeguards, where they have good swimming spots. So we've had a lot of requests for the state parks, and usually we have to say it's too expensive. People don't have the money to come up with themselves, and Riverbend on occasion has, we've taken from our own funds from Riverbend to fund a special group to a state park. So we have been able to occasionally over the years utilize some of the state parks for some special activities. But this bill would, I feel, be very beneficial to people, whether it's, individually or as a group. I think there'd be a lot of demand for it, and certainly a lot of benefit. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have. I'm an outdoor enthusiast myself, and I love being outdoors with the clients that we serve, and I think it's one of the greatest services we can offer people, especially with our beautiful surroundings here in New Hampshire. So.
Any
Thank you.
questions by any members of the committee? Representative Lamontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think some of your clients would have transportation difficulty getting to the state park? And what do you think would be solutions for that?
One thing, just as I'm listening to testimony a little bit too, I think many of our clients also would not be able to necessarily access the park by themselves. A lot of the services we provide now, where a staff person is one-on-one with a client, or in some of the cases, we've had small groups of clients with a staff or two. So in that case, the staff provide the transportation. And I don't know if this bill would include the pass for the staff person who would be providing support for the client to be able to access the state park. I think in the past, when we have utilized I think it's called the State Park Bus Pass program, which unfortunately is only for children. It was set up like that. There would be I think it was a 10-to-1 ratio, but there would be a sort of like a bus pass, so that the transportation in the bus or the van would include the 10 clients and the 1 or 2 staff. And everyone's entrance would be covered. So the logistics of individuals using it could be a little complicated in some cases, yes.
Any more questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's the end of the morning session. Unless there's someone else who wishes to speak, I don't see anybody. Close the hearing. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Continue. It will be, it's that at 474. Metal detector. Hey, are we ready? We are ready, hey? You know, they're just gonna have to listen for. Okay. 492, 474. All right. Okay.
I know, no, there's no windows.
Oh.
You have those. You can actually,
Yeah, but they had the fan.
it's 76 in here.
Is it? You can open the window. Well, I don't know, this is gonna be pretty quick. Right now, I only have one card. Only one card. Survey very. All right. Okay, folks, why don't we go, eh? Yeah, we said 1 o'clock and it's a couple minutes after, so. Senator, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. For the record, my name is Carrie Gendro, District 1 Senator. Thank you for letting me propose a couple of minor changes to RSA 227C:12(2), which is relative to prohibiting metal detecting in certain areas. Metal detecting has been on the increase, and when it comes to some exciting discoveries, but also it has some challenges. And I think this increase has been because of like Oak Island and other people, and I think even during COVID, people were wanting to get outside. But among the list of current places that one can metal detect are athletic fields and school grounds. And one of my constituents from District 1 had called me and said that on the athletic fields, metal detectors are digging up. They're finding things, but they're digging them up, but they're not filling in the rivets. So he had proposed or asked me to submit this, not to exclude metal detecting, but just to prohibit it from the athletic fields and also school grounds. The results have been in needless injuries. So I'm proposing that we take athletic fields and school grounds off the list of places one can metal detect. I would also propose that we change the name dumps. That's an old word we used to use, dumps, to the name transfer station. Thank you.
Any questions by Representative Rung for a question? I know you've beaten Darby several times already, and that's amazing. You've been practicing.
Before you even finished.
No, I had my hand up. I want to speak to the next bill, Mr. Chair.
Is
Just
that
kidding.
too? Go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I actually have two. One is, what if someone's there's a soccer player, and let's say a treasured necklace fell off during a game, and would it prohibit her or friends from going out to try to find it on the soccer field?
That would not prohibit that. These are folks that are deliberately going out to dig up treasure that hasn't been found yet. So in a case like that, I think what you'd find is there'd be a group of people just going out and looking. Probably a necklace that was lost during a soccer game would be more on surface anyways.
Okay, so these people, and then is treasure hunting defined in that area of statute? That it's a recreational activity, that it's not really purposeful to?
Well, I think a lot of people do it for a living too. I know on the seacoast, a lot of folks will do it for fun, but also there's this one gentleman, I can't think of his name now, I was being told this morning who he was, and he actually goes out to some of the beaches and digs up, and he has a website for lost rings.
Oh, wow.
So it is, I mean, there's a lot to it. And a lot of people do it. We own some acreage up in District 1, and my brother is a huge metal detector guy, and we have some old farm sites and cellar holes. And he'll go around and dig, but there's no danger to anybody like of an athletic field.
Okay, and I was just wondering if it would improve the bill if instead of deleting athletic fields or school grounds, if it said or otherwise prohibited, so that it would leave it up to the local control, local municipalities to decide, okay, we're going to not allow it on this school ground or this park, because it may even be, city parks or town parks, people may be doing it. And so I'm just wondering if what you would think about that.
Well, if you read the bill, it says following lands owned and controlled by the state, its agencies, departments, commissions, and institutions, unless a historic resource on such land has been recorded and restricted as posted. I think the way you had it is for just on state land. Or
Correct.
state or public land.
Correct. Yeah, yeah.
So it's defined.
But it's a good question. It really is a good question. Leaving it up, because we don't want government overreach, so leaving it up to the municipalities.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Any other question that Representative Darby, Mr. Second?
Thank you, Mr.
Slow
Chair.
Darby.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. This is actually exactly related to what the chair just mentioned. The text of existing statute says following lands owned or controlled by the state. But the athletic fields that you're referring to, what is an example of an athletic field that's controlled by the state?
PSU.
Good example, PSU. So that's an athletic field. Any type of college campus that has an athletic field, or even state funded. I'm trying to think even in a locally owned municipality where the state would own it. I can't think of anything right now, but yeah, NHTI, good.
Well,
Yeah, no, good question.
I mean, actually, this, as it's written, I guess that this is the actual law, and you're just putting a couple of strike-throughs and changes. This is just the law that says what you can do on state land. Not, I guess the individual towns, I would assume, can do it on can just do it on their own property. Representative? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. It's a would you believe that there's a series of definitions in 227C that defines things like historic property, historic resources, et cetera, that I think it's applicable to this. It probably answers some of the other representatives' questions.
Good, thank you.
Representative Wolf, a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. School grounds, that's a pretty broad area. I mean, I'm thinking of Kearsarge, which has 60 acres out there, and people would want to go out and treasure hunt. So I like what, whether it was Representative Darby or Representative Rung said, unless otherwise prohibited. So the school district could prohibit it on their grounds. Would you be acceptable to an amendment like that?
I'm okay with that.
If you wanted to bring it in, let's go through the testimony and the questioning.
I think the biggest thing that this constituent was concerned about was, and it was specific to the Colebrook athletic field. And what he found was that the participants, those that were on the athletic field, whether it was soccer, field hockey, whatever, there were injuries. You know, I would love to say that those that are out metal detecting, that they would do due diligence and cover up where they've dug, but they hadn't been doing that. So it has caused injury. So that's how this all come about, so that we want to be due diligent in preventing injury.
Well, Representative Gould and Representative.
I just wonder why a place can't put up a sign
that says that they prohibit it, like we say, no hunting on our property. Why can't people just do that on their own?
It's a good question. That would be good if everyone read the signs and then followed them. I agree with you. It would be good. I think in this case, where it's school grounds, they probably feel like the public, as a taxpayer, have the right to that property as well. And they do. They could go picnic, they could do whatever, but the injuries that occur because of digging up this through metal detecting has been problematic.
Thank you.
Is it Representative Hoyt?
Thank you. You mentioned Colebrook. I was an NCAA referee for several decades, and I did a lot of games up in Colebrook, and I don't think it was the treasure hunters. The field was just friggin' horrible. Simple as that. Unless they were doing it back then, I don't know.
Good comment.
Any other questions, members of the committee? Well, I just have something to say. Somebody who has done this for recreationally. There is certain unwritten rules, and sometimes we live in a society right now that people don't give a rat's about anything, and it's all about me. Well, they don't. Some people just are plain old-fashioned rude, and sometimes you have to put something in law just to try to put something on it. I wish there was something, I don't know, maybe hopefully there is, that in some other part of the statute that speaks about some kind of punishment for that, because for those of us who do it, we use our heads and we pat it down because we know we're on somebody else's property.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
but I think the way this reads, this is where people can go now, and we're just scratching out certain things on state land. They cannot do. They can still do it on beaches. They can do it on perimeters of cemeteries, unpaved roads. But this says, no, you can't go there now. And it's unfortunate, but sometimes you got to say, okay, we got to just say, no, you can't do it. So, I agree with what's in the bill. Representative Rome.
So I have a little confusion because it does say exempted. So treasure hunting with metal detectors and dowsing rods is exempted from the restrictions of this subdivision on the following lands owned or controlled by the state. So Senator, in with your constituents' concern, that's not state-owned land, is it? It's local. It's a school district-owned land.
School district, correct.
So this wouldn't help that problem because this only applies to state land, you know, like a school grounds or athletic fields that are owned by the state. So we'd have to put in something that encompasses municipality.
If you wanted to.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know, I have not looked at the rest of the law. I mean, you're looking at it right now, Representative McHugh. Is there anything in it for other than the state, or is this only on state property? Is that section of that law? I mean, it may be too big to read everything through it, but is there anything in other sections?
So as I read it, Mr. Chairman, there's a large section of definitions under 227C1 that defines Commissioner, Council, Department, historic preservation, historic property, historic resource. The historic property is anything that's been listed in the historic register of historic places. Any object or group of objects associated with historic properties, et cetera, et cetera. Things like, burial grounds and.
So for us to do anything beyond the scope here would require additional research.
I mean, treasure hunting isn't further defined. To Representative Rung's point, I'm not, my opinion is I'm not sure it needs to be defined. I mean, it talks about, the current statute talks about treasure hunting with metal detectors and dowsing rods. I'm not sure how we'd further define it. We could.
There's another question while you're looking for anything else. Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, just to your point, the entire 227C talks about state land and state controlled resources. I think that you're correct that if we wanted to provide the ability, presuming it's not already there, for municipalities to set these regulations, that would have to go in a different part of statute.
So, okay, thank you. Yeah. So we would, so to meet the issue around local schools, that would have to be some other law, some other time. But if, I don't know, where do we want to go from here? I mean, I've just assumed pass this is right now. But unfortunately, I'm missing my ranking. Well, let's take, why don't we, we still got a few minutes. If we can wait for anyone else to show up. I don't know if anyone is going to show up. Representative Darby.
I just have one other comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm slightly concerned about the lack of definition of treasure hunting, especially with respect to Representative Rung's question about somebody that may have lost jewelry and be searching for the jewelry. And I think the treasure hunting needs to be a bit more carefully defined. But otherwise, I think that the bill makes sense, especially because of, as people pointed out to me, the state-owned athletic fields that we don't want people digging up in.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to work on an amendment that defines treasure hunting and metal detecting, because I see treasure hunting is the disturbance of the surface. And I think that's the big problem here, is the disturbing this, because I could look at this treasure hunting and it could be the example of a young athlete that lost a necklace, because that's a treasure you're hunting for it. But that's not what the senator's talking about. She's talking about disturbing the surface and creating damage. And I think that behavior needs to have a different definition than treasure hunting or something.
I mean, it's just a matter of putting in here, you don't have to necessarily even define treasure hunting, but just say something like, if you're digging below the surface, right?
Surface disturbance.
Yeah, surface disturbance.
Yeah, there you go.
Throw that in.
But it's still, I mean, just so we know that this is still not solving Senator constituents' problem, because that's not state-owned land.
Right, that would probably, if it exists, it probably exists in other statutes where somebody is basically trespassing and actually damaging the property.
Right.
That's criminal mischief, if nothing else.
The school defines the rules. They
Yeah.
prohibit dogs, for instance, so.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many laws, it's got to be in there. So,
More point of clarification too. If with Senator Harvey Bollia's suggestion, which I think is excellent, we would want that to apply to everything. So if they are disturbing the surface of the beach, they should repair that. They should fill that back in with sand. Or if they're on an unpaved road and they're digging a hole, that's still going to cause a hazard. They should fill that in. Yeah.
well, we have a nice, easy bill. Let's not get it to the point that somebody's got a lot of work to do. You've got a lot of work to do, you know. You just haven't heard for the last 3 bills. You've got an idea on every one. Guess what? You're Representative Harb. Oh, and then Representative.
Thank you, Senator, for taking this question. It's a trade-off of Representative Rung. I think she mentioned a point of order, but I would like to know your opinion. You now know that this bill, as you propose, only relates to state property. You still in favor of your bill?
Very much so. And I think what I'm probably stretching it a little bit further, but I think even that taking the school in Colebrook, if they're receiving state funds, would that, and it's probably a stretch, but would that still be considered state property?
No.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Representative Wolf.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I think there's so many unanswered questions in here as to, digging up the beach and things like that. I think the bill almost ought to start all over again with a complete cleanup. I hate to say that to you, Senator, but we're dancing around the horn here, and I think if you want a full amendment, that may be the way to go.
Folks, maybe it's me, but somebody drove in to get a gallon of gas and now you want to rebuild the car.
No, I gave them the gallon of gas in a can and sent them on their way.
Yeah, but we haven't done the bill yet. I mean, you want to change, you want to, all right, what do you want to do? Do you want to?
I think the bill is going to be so amended that we ought to start with a whole new bill. Or make one amendment that changes everything down through there.
Well, there's no, what do you need as an amendment other than a change in what treasure hunting is?
Well, first of all, there's 2 points here. One is we see that there's some shortcomings with the bill. Lack of definition of treasure hunting, damage to those other things that are still allowed. It still doesn't solve the constituents' issue. So there is a possibility we could just ITL it, and people that have an interest in this area can bring a new bill back in the fall.
I mean, I think the schools can make their own laws about.
Yeah, well, where are they going? I don't believe this. I mean, somebody comes in with a 5-minute bill, and all of a sudden it's we have to do the Magna Carta. I mean, give me a break. Am I in another room, another universe? Good Lord, the world upside down. Help me out here.
Mr. Chairman,
this is
another
yours.
possibility, another possibility to take the opposite view of my friend and Representative Rung is we just pass the bill as suggested, then come back next year with another bill. What I would like to know as a lawyer in a legislature is how long has this bill been in effect that nobody's brought up the issue of what is treasure hunting? If we've lived with this bill for 50 years, I'm not too concerned to not pass what the senator would like for a definition that nobody's questioned for 50 years. And we always have in the law the little subnote that most people don't read. If it's not defined in the statute, go to Webster's Dictionary. It's in there usually. We do that in all the bylaws and regulations locally because you can't define everything. So I'll bet dollars to donuts. I might even buy everybody a cup of coffee. Webster's Dictionary will define treasure hunting. So I think we're okay with that. I'm not opposed, but now, Mr. Chairman, we're getting into discussion on the bill and the poor senators. So,
All right. You haven't spoken for your first time, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like we've gone into an executive session, and I would like to not do that.
Okay. Well, was this only brought this up is because there was a possibility of being able to execute right now, but I don't think that's going to happen. And then we're probably going to have to go to a 10-10 on the floor. Okay.
I just wanted, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to Representative Harb's question. I did look at the legacy line on that bill. The last time it was amended was in 2003, and this was not changed then. The previous time was 1985, and we don't have the history, so it's been a long time to your point. I agree with you.
Thank you very much.
Representative McHugh.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Darby, for bringing that up. And would you believe that Merriam-Webster defines treasure hunting as an act of searching for treasure?
Amazing.
Yes. Are we, all right.
You wanted help? Any more
Any,
questions? for the
any more
senator?
questions? We will not hit executive, we'll executive in 2 weeks.
This has been a real treat.
Yeah. How do you think welcome, welcome, welcome to my world, Senator. Welcome. Welcome to my world. You only have 4 others to deal with. I have 19. Okay. We'll start again in 15 minutes.
Well, it's Colbert.
Came out one night, you know.
Well, like I said, I was an NCAA referee for 25 years. And when I did my NCAA game, I got paid big money. But every time I always went up north in New Hampshire because I knew they had horrible referees up there, so I wanted to help.
Then you won't have to do it again.
Yeah, I won't do it.
With a metal detector.
All right. Going. Open the hearing on House Bill 492 relative to wastewater engineering. Representative Bucco, I guess, is introducing the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Tom Bucco. I'm a state representative from Carroll County, District 1, including the town of Conway. I appear before you here today as a co-sponsor of Senate Bill 492. The intent of this bill is to remove one single word from the RSA 486. The word intercepting is not clearly defined, and because of this confusion, the statute is not consistently interpreted. This misinterpretation is causing municipalities to have difficulties estimating what portion of their sewer infrastructure projects are eligible for the state aid grants. Deleting the word interception will clarify the definition and the interpretation of the statute and ensure that all sewers qualify for the state aid grants. Therefore, I request that this committee recommend this bill ought to pass. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Bucco? Seeing none.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We call Tracy Woods from New Hampshire DES.
Good afternoon, Chairman Renzulo and members of the committee. My name is Tracy Wood, and I am the administrator of the Wastewater Engineering Bureau at DES. I work under Rainey Pelletier. Senate Bill 492 asks for three things. The first thing is it is asking to remove the descriptor word intercepting from sewers for the purposes of applying for and distributing state aid grants under RSA 486. Why is this important? I've been in, I can't believe this, 30 years I've been doing this. And back in the day, as a young engineer, we used to try to define all the different types of sewers. We would have trunk sewers, we'd have intercepting sewers, we would have collector sewers, and they all try to have a specific meaning. The problem is in application, because every community is a different size. So in one community, what you want to call like the main trunk sewer may look a little bit different in a smaller community. Like, what does it mean in Manchester versus what does it mean in Woodsville, right? So having that in people's minds swirling around, like, what does this intercepting really mean? And so by removing the word intercepting, we're just saying all public sewers are eligible for state aid grant. And that's the intent. And that's also how we apply in our Clean Water SRF program, is that all public sewers are eligible for SRF funds, whereas private sewers are not. So this brings consistency. It alleviates that, trying to figure out what intercepting means. And for communities that have to plan their project and they're working out their funding package and what that'll look like, and they maybe state aid grant may be a part of that, they're going to want to know what part of their project is eligible for state aid grant and what isn't. So removing this word will be very helpful. It's a simple change, but a very important change. The next item this bill does is it raises the fee for wastewater operator certificates. And the fee has been $50 since 1996. we have actually had a request from the regulated community. They're willing to increase the fee. They want to increase the fee. New Hampshire Water Pollution Control Association is supposed to be submitting a letter of support for this. And what this fee is used for, well, in the RSA, where we have this training center in Franklin, New Hampshire, it's located at the same location as our regional wastewater treatment facility, the WRBP. And this is where we do all the training for the certified wastewater operators in the state of New Hampshire. So these monies that are collected are supposed to go into this non-lapsing account, and they're supposed to pay for a lot of things, the upkeep of the training center, and basically giving back to the operators. So right now we collect $15,000 a year on average. We have about 600 certified operators in the state, and they pay $50 to become a new operator, to renew, to seek reciprocity. And so this would be a doubling of that fee at their request. They're looking for this. And what they're looking for from us is to offer, we're in the dark ages, I have to admit it. If you go to the training center, we still have an overhead projector. You know, we're trying to install new technology to keep up with the times. We're asking our operators to operate these multi-million-dollar facilities, and we're using an overhead projector. You know, they're demanding more from us, and so this increase in fees would be, we'd utilize that to give back to the regulated community. For instance, sometimes we'll buy a piece of equipment like a flow meter that can be used from community to community. They may just need it for a short period of time, and they may not want to invest in that piece of equipment. And so we'll purchase it, and then we will loan it out to the different communities to use. So that's how we use those fees. We just had to replace the Cat 6 cable at the training center for $10,000. Don't ask me what it is, but it's a cable that's required, and we had to update it. So we're seeing increasing costs. The training center needs to be updated, and we want to respond to our certified operators. Another thing I can mention is that for renewal, they have to have 20 continuing education units. And so that's why we're providing this training, is for them to get that. And they're also asking that we move from paper tests to online testing. And all of these things cost money, and we want to give it to them, but we just don't have the money to do that. The third thing this bill does is, it's another simple change. It changes the term consulting engineers, or the phrase consulting engineers, to consulting engineering firms. So one of the things that we do per RSA 485 I'd have to look. It's 485A though. In that statute, we're required to create a list of pre-qualified engineering firms in the state of New Hampshire. And so basically any licensed engineering firm who wants to be on the list submits an application, they get on the list. Right now we have 51 firms on that list. It's a long-standing list. We're about to update, we're in the process of updating the rules ENVC 500. And in that, we actually had two categories. We had, you could be an individual applicant, which didn't even make sense. I don't know why that was even in there. We're not in the business of creating a list of individual licensed engineers in the state. I'm a PE in the state. I am certified through the New Hampshire OPLC. Why would New Hampshire DES keep a list of individual firms? It just didn't make sense. So anyways, we're moving away. We're taking that out. We don't have anyone on the list that was an individual, because the purpose of that list is we have 4 categories, and the purpose is for municipalities to be able to go to that list and say, oh, okay, what engineering firms in the state are qualified to do major wastewater infrastructure work or major water distribution work. And so communities can use that list to hire firms that we have pre-qualified. So so basically changing consulting engineers to consulting engineering firms just solidifies that we're not there to create a list of consulting engineers. Like I could be a consulting engineer as an individual. We're there to create a list of consulting engineering firms. So that concludes my testimony. If anyone has any questions, happy to answer.
Representative Hart. You
Thank
beat 'em
you.
all out.
I want to star for this, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As a sole practitioner, I'm concerned about taking out consulting engineers because I wouldn't have a firm. If I'm pre-qualified and I meet your qualifications for this, I can see people looking at your website to perhaps find somebody locally that can help them. Now I'm going to be cut off your website because I'm not a firm. So why wouldn't you do both if you want to and not throw out the individual engineer?
What I can say is you're not on our list right now. We don't have a list of individual engineers. That's what OPLC does. So you can go on to that website and you can look me up on that website and you can find my license number and see that I'm certified to do work in New Hampshire. This does not mean you can't do work in New Hampshire. It's a list of pre-qualified licensed engineering firms. So if you're a firm, are you a firm?
I would say if you're a sole practitioner or engineer, you're not a firm.
Right, exactly. So you can do work in New Hampshire. This does not preclude you from doing work in New Hampshire. This is specifically for licensed engineering firms who, and what we're trying to do is provide this list of communities that are doing multi-million-dollar projects that are looking for firms that have the capabilities to do that work. You know, because in my bureau, we oversee the Clean Water SRF program. So we provide the funding for the wastewater infrastructure, I should say clean water infrastructure projects in the state because we do wastewater and stormwater. So this does not preclude you from doing work in the state of New Hampshire. It's just you're not on that particular list.
Follow-up?
For follow-up.
You may have answered this, but at this time, you have no individual consulting. No. Thank you. Thank you for taking the follow-up.
Yeah.
At this time, you have no individual consulting engineers on your list of pre-approved firms or pre-approved people?
Correct, we do not. And that's why it's made the transition in the rules, it's making it easier because we're not cutting anyone off that was historically on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Darby for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. With respect to the intercepting term, do I understand that the state aid grant already includes all public sewers, and so this is just the clarification?
Yes, that is correct.
For follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the follow-up. Thank you again. There's a part of this bill which eliminates the fines and late fees. That there's no compensation for those late fees. So are those something that the department regularly collects? Is there any concern about delinquent municipalities paying, missing those late fees? And is there any enforcement required in order to make sure the fees are paid?
So the late fee, just gonna pull that out. This is for the wastewater operator certification. This has been an awkward statement for us, and it's conflicting. We've had several conversations with the lawyers. Is like, if I'll go by my experience as an engineer, right? Every 2 years, I have to renew my PE license, and I have to submit my CEUs and my fee. And I have to do that by a certain date. If I don't do that by a certain date, I no longer have my license. And so that's the same thing here is like, if you're a certified wastewater operator and you have a 2-year license and it expires on a certain date, and you don't submit your renewal application and your fee, you're no longer certified. So we're trying to be consistent with what other agencies across the state are doing. Plus, we want everyone just to submit on time. We don't want to be in the business of collecting late fees. And so we actually have a very robust program of notifying people, hey, your license is going to expire. Hey, did you forget your license is about to expire? And so we're really working on compliance and not collecting late fees.
Any other questions? Members of the committee? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Chicharello.
Mr. Chairman, I made a mistake. I'm going to speak on
Oh,
589, I believe.
oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize.
No, I got the card mixed up.
No.
It's one left. Actually, I think that's it.
I left a card.
You do, and, this one, okay. Oh, this is 492 as well.
I think he was the first one.
No, this is,
Yep.
Mr. Tatro? Oh, for the senator.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Phil Tatro, and I am Senator Ricciardi's legislative aide. And I'm here to introduce SB 492 on behalf of Senator Ricciardi. Senator Ricciardi wishes she could be here today to introduce this important piece of legislation. However, she was already committed to an event in her district. I'm going to be brief today, as I think Representative Bucco and Tracy already touched on a lot of the main points in my testimony. So Senate Bill 492 clarifies the following purposes of making consistent RSA 486 clearly defined so that it can be applied in a consistent manner. First, the bill addresses the clarification of the term interceptor sewer. Second, the bill addresses the wastewater operator's certification fee. And lastly, SB 492 addresses clarification for the term consulting engineer. And if you have any questions for Senator Ricciardi, I'm more than willing to pass those on to her. But for now, I will defer to Tracy, Representative Bucco, and Bill behind me. So thank you.
Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Bill Hansel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bill Hounsel, and it's been quite a while since I've testified before you. I was in your seat for in 84, 82, 87. I'm representing Granite State Rural Water Association, North Conway Water Precinct, and Lower Bartlett Water Precinct, 2 precincts in Mount Washington Valley. This bill clarifies a lot of what this program is all about, the state aid grant on funding water and wastewater projects. This particular one has to do with wastewater. House Bill 2 last session added a caveat that municipalities that finished their project had 1 year of warranty that went by before the state would start making the payments. In other words, the budget's already there with the money, but it has to go to Governor Council for final approval, and it won't go there until the 1 year warranty. During that 1 year warranty, House Bill 2 said you have that year to get your application in for certification for payment. The certification for payment can't go in from a municipality until final completion. All this is overseen by the Department of Environmental Services. So it's critically important now for you to consider that The backlog of getting those applications in is somewhat confusing by this one word, interceptor. So taking that out just clarifies it and allows municipalities to not have to go through so much cumbersome paperwork. And also helps us, the DES Engineering Bureau, do the same. So really will expedite that application process and allow it to fall in the rhythm of the 1-year warranty period. Then as soon as the warranty's up, the application is all done, certified, it can go to government council. Because this program pays 20 to 30% of annual principal and interest payments on the municipal bond to build these wastewater plants. Right now, there's about, say it's averaging 25%. Some get 10, some, if you have stress rates, you get an extra 10, which is 30. That is $15 million a year that's already in the budget. So the money's there for the program. But the money, it can't be distributed until the certification for payments. So the rhythm of it has to match that. And oddly enough, the first bond payment from the federal loans, which a lot of them get rural development loans and grants, the first federal loan payment is done just about 1 year after. And so the first payment for the state, their portion would fall into line with that. And it would help leverage. Right now, it's 15 million a year. It's leveraging $600 million of already completed wastewater infrastructure. So you can see the tremendous capacity it has to make this affordable at the municipal level. So it's critical to get this word out of there, make it clear. So especially from a municipal point of view of passing bonds to build these wastewater projects, it makes it more understandable for the people in the municipalities that are going to vote on those bonds, and makes it very reliable that the program's there to help fund it. Money's in the budget. This will clarify the process for application. So that's a bit of a detailed explanation. And from a municipal point of view, we're all for raising the fee to help oversee the licensing. And the engineering firms, glad to see the engineering firms, certified by the DES. If you look at the statute, it says the DES oversees, is to help the municipalities, and it oversees it every step of the way. They oversee all of the invoices, they all oversee the pre-construction meetings, final completion, substantial completion, final completion, retainage, so that they hand carry you through with the engineering firm that the municipality hires. So it's quite a team effort. And those engineering firms go through a request for proposals by the municipality, selected by the municipality, approved by the DES. But they can also those firms can team within any individual engineers they want to make the team they present to the community to be selected. So it doesn't lock anybody out. It builds a better team. There's quite a lot of knowledge needed to build a wastewater facility, and more controls and piping and all that goes into it. So it takes a pretty good combination of engineers working together to get it done. So we're municipalities very much in support of that.
Are there any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you very much.
Let's see. Back on 49. Yes. I see no other pink cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this bill? Seeing none? No. I will close the hearing. This bill has a fee on it. I think I'm gonna say no. I would not. We still have we have 2 weeks to take care of it. So, I'm not gonna, I will not move to exec it now. I think I wanna, it's an election year. No, And Republicans don't raise fees. Yes, you do. And that would, but then again, I'm not running. So. Well, we will, the next hearing is at 2:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator David Waters, District 4, and I'm here on behalf of Senator D'Alessandro, who couldn't be here today, to introduce Senate Bill 549, relative to procedures for inspection and transfer of dams and establishing a committee to study alternatives for funding and so forth. This bill comes to you unanimously through the Senate. I'll just give a little background. I know we have Corey Clark here from the Dam Bureau to talk a little bit more on details about the current situation. NHDES is responsible for reconstruction and rehabilitation of some 273 state-owned dams, and they operate 208 of those dams. Think of some of the big lakes, Winnipesaukee, Winnisquam, Squam, Newfound, Sunapee, Ossipee. And currently, DES is in the process of evaluating the system-wide needs of New Hampshire's state-owned dams and categorizing those dams by their purpose and needs, and they have really discovered how much there are increasing capital needs, like everything else, the increase in costs, and that operational costs of these dams is starting to outpace the funding sources and the resources that we have for them. So that's why the bill comes forward, particularly in the study committee part of it, to look at to evaluate these financial needs and to see if there are potentially other revenue sources. Now, historically, this effort has been funded by revenue generated from leasing state-owned hydropower dams, but these revenue streams have decreased because of a lot of factors outside of DES control. So what this will do is to give us a mechanism to evaluate the current funding sources, the possibility of other funding sources to keep the Dam Bureau financially liable. And then I think importantly in this effort, you'll see on the first section of the bill, lines 8 through 11, and then a couple of language, kind of little tweaks to the language after that. But that first part is going to be important in terms of clarifying the kinds of the kinds of non-menace dams and how the Dam Bureau can reclassify a non-menace dam to a higher classification based on the amount of water that dam can discharge. So that's why you see lines 8 to 11 there, and that is really a kind of a basic inspection and safety issue part of the bill. Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to answer questions, but I think you're going to get correct answers from the next person up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, esteemed members. I was also notified that Senator Liu wouldn't be here today, so I came in just in case. As you will see that there is for the record, Mark McConkey, I represent the good people of Carroll County District 8. I chair Public Works and Highways, and on the odd years, our charge is the capital budget. And funding for the dam authority or the dams comes through capital budget. So I believe that's why the Senate was anxious to bring myself and Representative Cloutier into this bill because we are typically the ones that have handled this over the past 20 years. My only concern over the whole bill is the quick reporting time, which is November 1st of 2024. And I know in commissions that we've all been a part of, especially trying to figure out how to fund tolling or roads going forward, we found a need for a longer term. But I would leave that to the senator's request. I myself am in favor of the legislation you see before you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Corey Clark, Chief Engineer at the Dam Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And one thing I do want to mention is that the language in this SB 549 is very similar to the bill that was before you previously, HB 1277. But basically, because there was a dueling bills going on, this committee voted to ITL that bill. And so that's why we're looking at SB 549 now. And so just to go over some of the things that Senator Waters previously mentioned, state of New Hampshire, we have 273 state-owned dams. We operate roughly 208 of those dams. And given the capital needs of all those structures, we looked at about a year ago, what would it take to actually repair all those structures? We're looking at roughly about $414 million of capital needs to repair all those 273 state-owned dams. And when we look at just the 63 high hazard dams out of that list, we're looking at roughly about $300 million to rehabilitate all those dams and bring them into current compliance. And so, as the senator mentioned, historically, the cost for operation, maintenance, and repair of state-owned dams were funded solely by the Dam Maintenance Fund. And the Dam Maintenance Fund does receive revenue from hydropower sources. We currently lease about 9 dams to hydropower entities throughout the state, and we take a portion of the revenue generated at those sites as lease payments back to the state. What occurred in the early 2000s is these power purchase agreements that were set up in the 1980s with PSNH, the hydropower entities were receiving roughly about 17 cents per kilowatt hour or thereabouts. That dropped in the early 2000s when PSNH renegotiated their above market power purchase agreements in accordance to RSA 374-F. And now they're receiving roughly about 3.6 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, there are other factors that do come into play, some of the renewable energy credits that some of these sites are seeing. So, but overall, the revenue generated by these sites is decreasing. These sites are requiring a lot more capital investment, the same as what I previously mentioned for the state-owned dams. So the capital investment needs at these sites are outpacing the revenue generated by these sites. And so, because of what happened in the early 2000s, NHDES worked with the legislature in 2004 under SB 488 to review the effects of the utility restructuring. And at that time, a legislative committee was formed that looked at different ways to generate revenue. The two big ones that came out of that were the unrefunded roll toll gas tax to boaters and a shoreline maintenance fee. Those two options were brought forth in legislation. However, both options didn't make it through. One didn't make it out of committee, and the other one was ITL. So since then, we've still been relying on increasing capital and general fund needs to cover the expenses of the Dam Bureau as the Dam Maintenance Fund continues to decrease. And so one thing that we'd be very interested in as part of this legislation is a new committee. However, one thing we do want to realize is that we want to make sure we actually get tangible results out of this committee, and we don't continue just doing what we did in 2004. So certainly, folks on the committee that chair the committee, we really want to make sure that they are interested in actually moving forward some legislation that can really make a tangible difference to the Dam Bureau and cut down on the amount of capital and general fund money that we need to keep these dams in proper working order. The other thing that this legislation would do is amend RSA 482:12 that would reclassify non-menace dams, allow NHDS to reclassify non-menace dams when a failure of that dam would impact folks downstream that would actually require a higher dam classification. What essentially that is currently with non-menace dams, we can't reclassify them if nothing has changed downstream. So even though there might be infrastructure or a house, if that house or infrastructure has been there since the dam was originally classified prior to 1981, we can't reclassify that dam. It's basically kind of like a grandfathering clause. The issue is becoming is even though nothing has changed downstream, those impacts of a dam failure do impact other people other than the dam owner. A great example of this is up in Newport last July. Actually, I'm sorry, at the end of June, prior to the big rains in July, but we had some big rains in June. A non-menace dam failed, took out a driveway, and did property damage to a downstream abutter. That dam was inspected by the NHDES in 2019, and those impacts were realized, but because of the current statute, we were unable to reclassify that dam to try to bring it up to proper working order. So this helps clarify some of that. The other thing that it would also help clarify is because of the revenue sources that we're looking at, we are looking at potentially selling some of our hydro dams. We are in negotiations right now currently with a hydro operator to purchase one of our sites. So we want to just make sure that any revenue, not just hydro lease revenue, but any sale revenue or any other revenue can be deposited back into that dam maintenance fund. And so this would also clarify that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. It's kind of a general question, but say you do sell the dam to a private company, what role does the state still play in inspecting the dam or any other oversight of the dam?
So the vast majority, with a very few exceptions, of hydropower dams are regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So they're regulated by the feds. So that would certainly transfer. Each hydropower dam has to have a license through FERC, and that license would continue to be held by the hydropower generator. And so that site, from a regulatory standpoint, would still be regulated in the same manner and fashion that it is currently today. If it was a non-hydropower site, so if it was a dam in which a municipality wanted to take over, or a lake association, the state dam safety program would still regulate that dam the same way it's currently regulated. We're still subject to all dam safety regulations with all the state-owned dams, and so those regulations would carry forth with the new owner as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You said some of the money from leasing goes to the dam fund. What happens to the rest of it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I apparently misspoke. It all goes to the dam maintenance fund.
It all does.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for taking my question. So if I'm to understand you correctly, the kind of the shortfall or the loss of funds in the dam fund is increasing costs too as well, right? Not just the fall of revenue, but increased costs.
Yeah, you have two things going on simultaneously. The costs are escalating, the revenue is decreasing.
Has the Bureau thought about transferring those high cost dams to local municipalities so that they don't have to absorb that cost? I know in the Public Works Committee in the House, they amended the 10-year transportation plan to transfer a road to the town of Merrimack so that they wouldn't have those expenses. Has that been thought of to do with the dams?
Certainly, anytime a municipality would like to seek to take over a dam, they're certainly more than welcome to come to the Dam Bureau to do so. There are some dams in the state that I believe the state would like to retain, such as Lakeport Dam at the outlet of Winnipesaukee, some of these big lakes, just because of the economic driver that the state has with those bodies of water and the public trust and other items that go into that body of water. But certainly, anytime a municipality or any other entity would like to take over the dam, the Dam Bureau is always open to that. I think there's also a realization by municipalities and others that these are very expensive structures to own, operate, and maintain. And therefore, as of right now, they're probably thinking, have the state continue doing the work and the upkeep necessary at these structures.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? What if a municipality didn't want that dam? Could the Bureau force them to take it?
No, not currently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I understand sometimes dams are controlled by different towns, municipalities, but there is an economic flow of that water. Let's talk about drought years. Not today. We're in excessive water years. But when there's not a drought year, and if some town owns that specific dam and they decide to restrict the water, if they took the dam, who would then manage the water downflow from that and other lakes or ponds that receive that water further downstream? If they restrict the dam, who manages the restriction of how much water flows through the dam if they own it?
So from statutes that affect the Dam Bureau, there's very little in the way of requiring downstream flows. One of the other revenue sources that the Dam Bureau does have is we have what we call water user agreements. So for example, water that comes out of Lake Winnipesaukee, hydropower producers downstream pay a fee to the Dam Bureau for the use of the water coming out of the lake. And so contractually, the state of New Hampshire needs to provide that volume of water. That is the only statutory requirement from the Dam Bureau as far as discharge. There are other programs within DES, such as the in-stream flow program, that if statutorily they are required to discharge water out of a certain water body. We work closely with the in-stream flow program, for example, on the Lamprey River watershed. If we hit a drought year, then we have to discharge water at that point in time. But as far as additional statutes requiring water to be discharged, those are really the only ones that I'm familiar with from an operational standpoint. There could be other ones based on flowage, based on deeds, that sort of thing, that someone downstream could, within their deed, have rights to a certain volume of water out of a water body.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm just confused. The beginning of these letters in the bill talks about the $300 million to really fix the high hazard 63 dams. And then the bill goes on to talk about declassifying non-menace dams. Does this bill have anything to do with getting you more money to do the 63 menacing dams?
The portion of the bill that would address that would be the committee to look at other revenue sources for the Dam Bureau to address those high hazard dams.
So it's just the committee. There's nothing specifically in here that says you're going to get money from here or do that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What's the impact of reclassifying a non-menace dam to a higher classification? What's the financial cost or the cost to the municipalities or something like that?
So if you reclassify so currently when we have the 4 classifications, we have high, significant, low hazard, and non-menace. The idea behind a non-menace dam is, should that dam fail, it's not going to impact anybody downstream. Really, the only people who should know would be the property owner. If there was someone else's property downstream, or a road or some other infrastructure that would be damaged by failure of that non-menace dam, and we would like to reclassify that dam would then fall into one of the other categories, whether high, significant, or low. Based on those different categories would be they would become subject to an annual dam registration fee, in which low hazard dams currently do not pay. They would then become subject to inspection frequencies, and depending on the hazard classification, they may or may not be required to develop an emergency action plan. All high and significant hazard dams require an emergency action plan, but low hazard dams do not.
Anyone, any other questions by members of the committee? Let's see. Just had one question. If do you get any contributions from people who have land, residences or property out on the lake side of the dam to help keep the upkeep of the dam?
The only revenue that we get from residents around the lake occurs at very few water bodies. Goose Pond Dam in Canaan, because the state of New Hampshire actually owns the rim of that water body. So if you have property on Goose Pond, the state of New Hampshire actually owns a sliver of that, and we lease that to the property owner for their use. And there's a couple others, Lake Francis in Pittsburgh, DES owns around the entire water body. We lease camp lots up there. Horace Lake over in Ware, there's, I think, 9 lots that we lease, and a couple others. Deering Reservoir, there's 1. Lake Winnisquam has several on the canal leading up to the dam. But overall, I'm talking, just a couple dozen leases that actually generate revenue into the dam maintenance fund as well. Other than that, there's no other outside source. So, for example, Lake Winnipesaukee, the Dam Bureau does not receive any income from anything that occurs around the rim of that lake as far as directly into our funds.
I'll ask, gotta ask it maybe in a different way. They're benefiting from the existence of the dam. All the people behind the dam have places and homes, and some there are $1 million homes there. And there's no way that they can, that they would contribute if the dam was needed to be upgraded or needed work. They would not be required to be contributed. Then what if you took the dam away? What would happen then? There is a way of getting rid of dams.
Yes.
And, maybe it's just me who doesn't own anything on the water. It's that nobody is considering asking for contributions by the people around the dams, in the back of the dam, to contribute to the front of the dam to fix it. So there's no ask on that.
Well, there's certainly no revenue. There's no
law.
There's no requirement for that to occur.
Okay.
Obviously,
Maybe
we will, donations or other grants or anything like that. We always seeking different ways of generating revenue. But yes, currently there is no requirement for us to gather funds from those people living around the impoundment that is generated by the dam.
Thank you. Representative Darcy. Just wait, Darby.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks again for taking my question. Representative McConkey expressed some slight concerns about the time frame of the committee completion at the beginning of November. I believe in your testimony you said that it was important that the committee were able to take action. Do you have similar concerns about the compressed time frame of this committee and in its ability to have impactful results in a few months?
Well, we certainly want to get the best benefit as we can out of the committee if it was formed. And so if this committee feels that it would be beneficial to come back at a later date or different time in which we could have more time to get this right, then the Dam Bureau would be certainly, we would support that, because we want to make sure that it gets right. And if trying to squeeze it into too tight of a time frame impacts that, then yeah, we would certainly.
Representative Vale.
Thank you for taking my question. I just, looking at the dam maintenance hydro funds there, I wanted to just make sure this is a non-lapsing fund that we're talking about. In section 2 of the bill?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Seeing no more questions. Thank you very much. That's it for the 549 as far as pink cards. So I'll declare the hearing adjourned and We're up again in 5 minutes. Hey, maybe I'll come back so I can just harass the people out who live on the lake. I know. Well, hey, why should, this and get out of here. All right. Just give me a second. Senator Bertzel? It is. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing my prime bill, Senate Bill 589. For the record, my name is Regina Bertzel. I'm state senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I believe I was, a couple of years ago, I had put in a bill very similar to this. This was requested by the town of Derry. And what it does, thank you, what it does, the objective is that this bill is to allocate funds generated from the surcharge towards economic development initiatives in the town on wastewater. We did something very similar to this in 2021, and you have a letter that the town administrator, Dave Karen, had written. But what we did is, up until that period of time, the water that went through to Derry was 100% of it was supposed to be just for the maintenance of the water system. Well, there was a lot of money in that account, and it was more than enough to. There was more than enough in that account to go ahead and continue maintaining it. So what they had asked to do is have about 15% of that be able to be put towards economic development in the town. And we did pass it, and it's really been a boom to Derry. And we're asking for a similar situation with the wastewater. They have a lot of the wastewater runs through Derry, and as Dave Karen said, the Derry Town Council supports Londonderry's efforts to maximize the development along the Exit 4A corridor. It allows a 15% surcharge on out-of-town wastewater customers. It provides modest revenue stream for Derry. So it does very similar to the bill that we passed in 2021. And I ask for your support on Senate Bill 589. And I'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions by members of the committee? Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. If I understand the the language in Part 3 of this, with respect to municipalities governed under RSA 49D3I, that would only apply to towns and not to cities in terms of how they can spend the surcharge. Is that the intent?
That is my understanding, but I think there are others behind me that can answer that a little bit more appropriately, but I believe so, just towns.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none.
We also have one of the town councilors from Derry here, Brian Chiricello, that will be able to talk a little bit about the benefits of what's happened in Derry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Elliott, New Hampshire Department of Energy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Josh Elliott, I am the Director of the Division of Policy and Programs for the New Hampshire Department of Energy. If you're confused as to why I'm here.
Rather.
Yes. So under the statutes, the Department of Energy also oversees regulation of water and sewer systems that are considered regulated utilities. So the statute actually here that's being amended is part of the statutes that the Department of Energy oversees. The bill in question makes that change that Senator Bertzel spoke to about allowing essentially a municipality to go beyond their own town boundaries. and not be considered a public utility provided that they only charge less than 15% above what the in-town rate is. For whatever reason, and I can't say to why this is true, this allowance was made for water systems. So if you're transporting drinking water across town lines, you're able to do this. For whatever reason, the statute never allowed for wastewater for the same ability. So for example, if you had a town municipally run sewer system, they wanted to extend to the next town over. If they charged anything more than what they charge their own in-town customers, they would then be considered a regulated utility, and then their rates would be set by the Public Utilities Commission rather than by the voters or a commission within the community. So we think this allowance is completely reasonable and matches what existing statute provides for the drinking water systems. The department did request, and we'd like to thank Senator Birdsell for doing this, Section 2 of the bill, as amended by the Senate, adds two very important words later in the statute that you'll see the bolded language on lines 12 and 13 that just add "or sewer." As you may be aware, the Department of Energy is a recent creation in the last 2.5 years. That was created through the budget process. We're in the process of taking all what had been Public Utilities Commission rules and bringing them over to the Department of Energy. As part of that, we've been looking at the water and the sewer rules. And the current rule structure makes it clear that community sewer systems, so for example, if you have a condo association or a homeowners association where there's essentially a communal sewer system that's not connected as part of a town or something like that, that's just sort of within the development, we do not consider them a public utility. As going through the GELCAR process for establishing rules, the GELCAR staff disagreed with our interpretation that this statute would also allow for the consideration of those community systems to not be considered public utilities. They disagreed with that initial interpretation. They had requested that we seek this change from the legislature to make it very clear in that statute that both water and sewer systems for these community associations are not considered public utilities. I think I can speak for both the department and the Public Utilities Commission that we have no interest in regulating these little community sewer systems. This would just be purely on a financial basis. We have no interest in doing that. There's no reason to do that. There's no purpose of doing that. I will just add that this does not change any of the regulations that our colleagues at the Department of Environmental Services does. So all the environmental regulations that currently apply to these systems continue to apply to these systems. It's just we are not going to regulate them, making it clear in the statute that we are not going to regulate them on a financial basis.
Any questions by members of the committee? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I understand that Derry is, requested this bill. Are there other towns that take advantage of the extra funds for selling water out of their district currently?
I will confess I'm not an expert on this. I am not aware of any.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Any question by anyone else from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Honorable Brian Cicciarello. Derry.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Brian Chiricello. I'm a Derry Town Councilor. I can give you a little bit of perspective as to some of the backstory of why we're here for this bill. As Senator Birdsell mentioned, back a couple of years ago, we were approached by the Senate, Senator Morse, by the way, looking to wield water through Derry, Wyndham, Salem, Plastow, eventually getting to Plastow because Plastow needed some water. And so we worked together with the then Senate President. The state paid for the infrastructure to wield this water, and we were able to, charge for the water going through to our neighbors to the south. what's important to know is more and more the communities in our area are really kind of looking to regionalize some things. We want to share resources if we can. And if you look at, if you knew where Derry was and where their sewer system is located, and you've probably all heard about exit 4A, the new exit off of 93, you'd know that it's like right over the line. It's very close. The sewer system of Derry's and the development of Londonderry's. So it makes sense to help our neighboring towns where we can. The only thing is obviously we'd have to, we need to benefit as well. So that's where the extra charge would be. So currently Derry's wheeling water to the 5 communities south of us all the way to Plastow, and now Londonderry's asking us for sewer capacity, which we have in Derry, and we're willing to share because, again, sharing resources is really what it's all about. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has about how that setup may have been or established.
Anybody have a question from the committee? Representative Donnelly. Oh. Oh, okay. He can put his own hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I understand that this bill's really helping out Derry and Londonderry. Could this possibly expand into other towns, and other towns could actually expand if they wanted to? Would this, elevate, passing this bill opens the opportunity for other towns too, correct?
Yes, Representative, that's exactly right. It doesn't specify Derry, Londonderry. Other communities can use it, and I hope that they do, because again, we're sharing resources. We're saving Londonderry some money. Londonderry can actually build their infrastructure and send it up to Manchester, but it's very, very costly. So again, where location is, and we're, sharing resources, it's great because, as you probably well know with Tuscan Kitchen, that development there, this one here at Woodmont Orchards is actually a little bit bigger in size. The process may take a little bit longer, but it's going to be an economic boon for that area, along with the new exit off of 93. So I think other communities could use it.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So wastewater systems, as I think we heard earlier in other bills, are expensive to maintain, but it sounds like you're trying to take, the goal is to take some of these funds and put them to other development purposes. And that's, if I understood you, that's the benefit that Derry is going to receive from this.
Yeah. If you look at a town budget, typically water and wastewater are what we call enterprise funds. They're typically for the people that use them. They're not a general fund money. So with the water example, if we're wheeling water to the south of us and we're charging X amount per water flow, you can see that we're going to actually, in perpetuity, we'll have a lot of money. So technically, without the bill that Senator Birdsall put in to actually be able to use some of that enterprise money, it had to stay in that particular fund. So we had asked Senator Birdsall to put in a bill which would allow us to use some of that money for economic development. So it's really a win-win for the town of Derry. We're helping our sister towns, but then we're using some of that money to use for economic development in the town.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On a follow-up, is there, if there were problems with the wastewater system, for example, the capacity was exceeded over time, is there potential that because these funds were not available, that you'd have to dip into get state funding or something like that in order to support revitalizing an overtaxed wastewater system?
So I'm going to, the wording says the intermunicipal agreement, so it really depends on the legality of the wording there. I mean, I know that the state put in for the water now, going back to the water, the state put the infrastructure in. But eventually, 50 years down the road, maybe the town would have to fix those infrastructure pieces. So it would be wise for my water department basically would set aside some monies, knowing full well that eventually down the road, we'd have to make some of those repairs. I think I answered the question. Okay.
Representative Wolf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is there any possibility that at some point down the road, you would run out of capacity or supply, if it's the water, or capacity on the sewer?
So if we're talking about the water side of things, I think the state has a plan that they've actually utilized for water. Right now, Derry gets its water from Lake Massabesic, which is Manchester's water source, and a few other towns. But I believe the state has invested in some water projects off of the Merrimack River to actually keep the flow at a, we're not going to run out of water anytime soon. As far as the sewer portion of that, we understand our capacity of what we have, and we have planners that are looking at where our build out is. Derry's a fourth largest community in the state. We have 35,000 people. We kind of know where the plans are for future sewer and whatnot. So before we made that decision, we understand where we're at and we're comfortable with the capacity that we have.
Anyone else? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Very much. Mike, you just pronounce your last name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Malaguti. I'm the town manager in Londonderry.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for considering this bill today. I'm here to report that Londonderry supports this legislation, and I'm grateful to those who have spoken earlier and who have sponsored this bill, including Senators Birdsall and Carson. Just to echo some of the comments that have been made and orient everyone to the area that we're talking about, this is part of the Woodmont Commons planned unit development. It straddles I-93, and we're talking specifically here about the east side of 93. That's approximately 200 acres, which according to the master plan for this planned unit development entails uses of vital importance both to Londonderry, but also to the regional and state economy. And that includes 350 residential units, 420,000 and 300 beds of institutional use, no limit on civic uses, a 200-bed hotel, and 700,000 square feet of commercial use. All of these come with a significant sewer demand, and hence why we are here today. What I would suggest to the committee is, in order to realize the promise of that mixed-use plan that really is inherent in the Woodmont Commons development, we need to secure additional sewer capacity. And as Mr. Chiricello said, we could invest in that by building a long pipe to Manchester at a significantly greater expense. But we've been fortunate enough to have good relations with our neighbors in Derry, and that has brought us here today. I would just point out a couple of things. One is that it's not automatic. This legislation would not automatically increase rates to anyone. That needs to occur pursuant to an intermunicipal agreement. And as has been pointed out, we do have a intermunicipal agreement with the town of Derry. It has provisions for what happens if we run out of capacity, what happens if there are required infrastructure upgrades. Londonderry participates in those upgrades that may be required in the future according to the proportion that it is sending sewer flows to Derry. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I suggest that this presents communities with opportunities to cooperate, opportunities for additional choice and flexibility. And really, Londonderry supports this because it is a relatively modest payment that will yield millions of dollars of tax revenue and those badly needed uses that I mentioned earlier. So again, in closing, I want to thank the Derry Town Administrator, the Derry Town Council, and the senators that I mentioned for supporting this legislation, and I'm happy to take any of the committee's questions.
Anyone from the committee? Any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Chair.
much. I'm out of pink cards. Unless there's someone who wants to speak, I'm gonna end it. End the hearing and go home. Hearing is over. Time to go home.
All right.
That's walking down the highway. All right, members of the committee,